I can't trust anybody enough to do that.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
When we've talked about screen time recently, we've mostly focused on kids and teens, and for good reason. There are a lot of important things as a parent you need to know to keep your kids safe and feeling their best mentally online. But today, I do want to talk about technology use in the brains of older people. New study out of UT Austin found that adults who spent more time and were more comfortable with computers, smartphones, internet, email, social media were less likely to develop dementia. You heard that right. It goes against this so-called digital dementia hypothesis, which argues that lifetime users may increase reliance on technology and weaken their cognitive abilities. Beyond moderation, of course, experts we talked to said good technology should bring you joy, genuine connection, intellectual stimulation, and make you more productive, not less. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road work is northbound this morning on the Connecticut Turnpike. Left lane is out between Southport and Fairfield. It is slow go through that area. That should be picked up by 6, we hope. So far, so good on the Turnpike southbound. Parkway, Route 8, all looking good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When a student lacks some of the most basic needs,
like food, clothing, and school supplies,
it can be challenging to even attend school.
It can be hard to study, tough to concentrate, impossible to thrive.
At Communities in Schools, we address this issue every day.
Out in the community, there are great resources for students, and we bring these resources directly to the students who need them most.
We work to ensure that they have everything they need to re-engage in learning in the classroom and at home,
including access to technology, learning materials,
and even emotional support.
By forging caring relationships with students and bringing communities of support to them,
our staff works to achieve equitable learning conditions so all kids can succeed in school and in life. And that's what Communities in Schools is all about.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org.
These are real stories of speech-language pathologists and the people they helped. He was in his 30s.
55 and far from home.
15 years old with multiple disabilities.
It was a traumatic brain injury.
He's bilingual but lost his English after the stroke.
Several surgeries led to his swallowing disorder.
His goal was to get back to work.
I used French during therapy.
Others almost gave up on the goal of him eating.
Oh, he was dedicated.
Together, we built his life back.
Social interaction was the key to helping him.
And he made it back to work.
When he ate, his friends cheered.
Everyone has the right to communicate.
And later, he was able to travel across the world to his family.
Are you or someone you know experiencing a speech, language, or swallowing disorder? An ASHA-certified speech-language pathologist can help. Visit us at asha.org/public.
Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley welcoming you back to Susan's Cubicle here in Accounts Payable. What an afternoon of non-stop bookkeeping action, Charles. Are you kidding me? She set herself a reminder to get out of that chair and move.
That's a smart use of a timeout.
She's somehow still reading her emails while getting her heart rate up and moving her muscles. Healthy habits that could lower your risk of cancer.
Uh-oh, it's Karen from the IT department.
This is a wrinkle no one saw coming. She means well, but she just derailed the yoga class down in accounts receivable.
There she goes with one of her usual distractions.
But Susan just tosses her a no-look wave.
That's a crazy move.
Let's watch that again. She's stretching, and there's the effortless side wave.
Susan's putting on a clinic.
Susan from accounts payable, dominating. Just get moving. It helps in the prevention of so many cancers.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
Charlie died after taking a single pill that turned out to be counterfeit.
He was having back issues, and it was a counterfeit poisonous pill.
Websites and social media selling fake medicines may look legitimate, but they're not. Drugs from these rogue pharmacies could have fillers like sawdust or deadly fentanyl.
He died in less than 15 minutes after taking the pill.
Now there's a free tool that can give you peace of mind. At safe.pharmacy, enter the pharmacy web address, and you'll know if the site you're using is safe.
If you're not getting your prescriptions from a legitimate source, that next dose you take could be your last.
We just don't want other people to go through what we're going through. It's just horrific.
Go to safe.pharmacy. Find out about fake medicine on social media and if the site you're buying from is safe.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathered outside Stamford Superior Court yesterday to criticize immigration agents, saying they are causing widespread fear and breaking apart families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump administration's recent crackdown. Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of the advocates. She told NBC that there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now and even to leave their homes.
People who have witnessed people just being grabbed and taken, people afraid to come to court, people who are just scared.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. The family of a pastor who was struck and killed by a Stamford police officer's cruiser is suing the city. Loved ones of Reverend Tommy Jackson filed the suit in State Superior Court yesterday. In the litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood was later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. That criminal case is still pending. The city of Bridgeport is launching a new Walk of Honor program. The initiative is meant to pay tribute to residents from the community who have experienced notable achievements. The Walk of Honor will feature commemorative plaques that will be put on display at City Hall. An unveiling ceremony will be scheduled at a later date. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
The latest from around the corporate world. It's time for Fortune Business on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Kodak never recovered from digital photography, and finally, it might soon disappear. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. After 133 years, Kodak says there's substantial doubt it can stay in business. At its peak in the 1970s, Kodak controlled nearly 90% of U.S. film sales and 85% of the camera market. Then the digital revolution upended the industry and Kodak stumbled. By 2012, saddled with billions in debt, the company filed for bankruptcy but survived. Kodak now makes industrial products like films for automotive components and technology for commercial printing, packaging, and specialty chemicals. Investors are now wondering if the company can improbably reinvent itself again, or if this is the long-awaited fade-out of a company that once defined how the world captured its memories. I'm Jeff Colvin.
The Johns Hopkins Health Minute, now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Do you know about the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, or VAERS? This organization tracks and investigates bad reactions people have after receiving a vaccine. Pharmacist Victoria DiGiaco at Johns Hopkins says both you and the provider who administered the shot can report.
The VAERS system, it's supposed to be done by the people who administer it. I think it's a 48-hour window where you're required by law to report everything that went on. There, however, are multiple layers to this reporting system. So there's for the doctors and there's also for the patients as well. The bottom line is that we have a lot of regulation that goes through reporting of these side effects. The reason being is because we've used this system to look at post-market surveillance of different vaccines.
DiGiaco says the VAERS system has historically provided early warning when vaccines were associated with adverse reactions, sometimes resulting in their withdrawal. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, slow Southport Fairfield. Left lane is out. Overnight construction work. Southbound, no delays to report. And the parkway looks good, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Join WICC 600 and City of Bridgeport's Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back at 999 Broad Street, Bridgeport this Saturday, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
Heard on High Ridge, Long Ridge, and all over Stamford. It's Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
And I didn't know this is a thing. And when I don't know things are things, I go, why is this a thing? Apparently, and I've told you, I've opened my live here on the air in the afternoon. A lot of you folks know that I am divorced, but my son's mom and I, my ex, we remain to this day very good friends. And we split up at a time where social media wasn't really a thing. But apparently it is a thing. And it's a problem with people sharing details of a divorce or a split here on social media? Really? Our next guest talks about that more. Family mediator, attorney in divorce, and co-parenting coach Anthony Diaz. He's known as the peacemaker for his collaborative divorce and co-parenting strategy to put kids first. Anthony Diaz. Anthony, it's Paul at WICC here in Connecticut. How are you? Good morning.
Doing great, and thank you for inviting me to share in this important conversation.
Sharing details about your breakup, your divorces on social media. Anthony, is this really a thing? Does this happen?
This is a thing, and, Paul, with the advent of the internet and social media and the way people communicate, now that's a way for people to air what's going on in their life, and people get divorced, and now that's becoming a thing on social media.
Anthony, I can understand maybe some people wanting the support, the innocent, hey, or thinking of you, or, yeah, it's too bad you're breaking up. If you're, if you need somebody, give me a call. So I can understand people, Anthony, wanting to put something up there saying, hey, I'm going through this, appreciate your help, whatever. But does this descend below that into putting details on there and using social media by one party or the other as a way to get back at someone?
It happens a lot, and sometimes it is to get back at other people and to let other people know how much pain you're in, or maybe to let others know this is what my spouse did. And a lot of times is people just need to vent, and they're not really taking into consideration who's going to read this. Do they have children? Are their kids going to see it? Are their kids' friends going to see it? So there are definitely some unintended consequences when people feel the need to rant on social media.
So, Anthony, when you meet clients in your practice, both co-parenting and divorce, do you come right out and ask them and says, hey, okay, I may want to take your case here. Do you ask them, what did you put, if anything, on social media? Can an angry spouse, be that as it may, we get that they're angry, but can they hurt a court case or a custody case, Anthony, by putting stuff on social media that they just shouldn't?
Well, certainly anything on social media, it's like the old law saying it can and will be used against you. And
Yeah.
and it could if it's in court. So I definitely want to know what's been shared so I can see, how difficult that case might be. And it also brings up, the benefits of having a quiet divorce. And that's people who want to keep their divorce private. So even though they may have put things on social media, you can keep the court from getting involved and looking at that communication if you use a lot of the out-of-court resources to keep your divorce quiet.
Yeah. So, Anthony, you kind of touched on my next question here. So if the person who filed the divorce or was served the divorce issue, so is there a legal right to say, hey, look at what my soon-to-be ex put on social media here? So as I think you just answered it, can that stuff be introduced in court in a divorce proceeding as testimony?
Well, it's like the old attorney answer. It depends. and the reason why I say that is it really has to be relevant. If it's just, ranting and it has no impact on the case, or if there are children involved, if it has no impact on your ability to co-parent with the other spouse, it's not going to be introduced. Courts really don't care about what people share or don't share. But if it shows that maybe there's some mental issues going on, or maybe we have someone who's so irresponsible, on social media, are they going to be irresponsible raising their children separately? So it depends on the situation, which is why when I speak with my clients, I tell them better to be safe than sorry. Don't post, because we don't know if this case is in court, what the court will introduce, and it could wind up backfiring.
The website, AnthonyDiazLaw.com. That's AnthonyDiazLaw.com. Anthony, you've been practicing for a while here, I see on the information. What have you noticed? Trends, co-parenting trends, good, bad, otherwise? Have you seen maybe a better trend at co-parenting lately, or are things just kind of set in their ways, or are things getting worse? What have you been seeing in your practice?
So what's been a common theme is when folks come to my office and they're looking for a peaceful resolution, there are so many different options to keep it peaceful, including a co-parenting. And there is a lot of options you have when you keep a case out of court to really design an outcome that works for you. And those are the cases where people have good outcomes. And I have these clients and people want to go to court and they don't want a peaceful outcome, they're really opening themselves up to the court making a decision that's not in their best interest or in their children's best interest. So I think people are becoming savvy to the benefits of having a peaceful out-of-court divorce. And I see a lot of spouses are taking advantage of that, and a lot of them come to me, and I'm able to get them the outcomes that they're looking for.
Finally, how often, Anthony, do you either say directly or infer to your clients on one side or the other, hey, I know you're angry, but, like, I understand you're seething here, but take a breath? Is that part of the battle to get people to, and I know it's tough, to separate the emotion from the legal proceedings?
Oh, it's a great question, and I have this conversation with every client because let's be clear, divorce is emotional, even if it's a peaceful divorce. And it's really important for those going through that to follow a couple of keys. You know, one, to pause before answering any emails or texts. You know, once you respond, it's out there. You really can't take it back. Think of the long-term consequences, especially if you have children, because what you say now can have an impact, in the future. Are you saying something harmful against the other parent? Is the child going to find out about that? So, and again, using the out-of-court processes that are available to everybody allows people to take a step back and not get caught up in going to court and all the emotion. It really helps quell the feelings that happen, and it makes it easier for me to guide people through a divorce that has less emotions and more focusing on a peaceful solution.
And check out Anthony's website once again, Anthony Diaz, D-I-A-Z, AnthonyDiazLaw.com. Anthony, thank you for the time. We appreciate it this morning, and continue good luck. Thanks.
I appreciate it, Paul. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Turnpike southbound slow in Stamford near exit 7, construction zone. Northbound heavy Southport into Fairfield. And that is because of, again, overnight construction work running till about 6. And that should be blocking the left lane right now. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Mom, Dad,
Before you throw out those unused medicines, just think for a minute.
Grandma, Grandpa, all you guys take meds. That's why you gotta dispose of your old pills correctly.
Those pills for your back pain or migraines.
When you throw them in the trash, those medicines can become lethal in the wrong hands. Our hands. You may be finished with that medicine,
but those pills are making me real popular at school.
My brother James could think they're candy. Our dog loves to get in the garbage, and those meds can make him sick or worse. So stop. There are better ways to dispose of your unused meds.
There are lots of police stations, local pharmacies, and hospitals that are approved to take in unused meds and dispose of them safely.
Disposal sites are close by.
It's easy, and it's the right thing to do. For us. The ones you love.
To find a medicine disposal site near you, visit www.safe.pharmacy. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
If you're an employer looking for dedicated and reliable staff, reach out to Easter Seal Senior Community Service Employment Program. They offer recruitment and placement services at no cost to you.
Come through Easter Seals because everybody knows us. They know that we're going to send someone that's mature. So in most cases now, they've actually found out that these are the best people to employ. The people that come here are very interested in going back to work. Come into Easter Seals. We can help you.
Visit easterseals.com to learn more.
If only life had a remote control, you could pause or rewind. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute risk test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Live and local news all day. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump's expected to leave for Alaska this hour and is face-to-face with Vladimir Putin on a ceasefire in Ukraine. Locals in Anchorage have thoughts.
Enough is enough. It's been over 2 years, and we've got bloodshed, and it's time for everybody to get peace and come to an agreement.
CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
Putin is a trained intelligence officer who carefully prepares for every meeting he has, and he is going to know how to push President Trump's buttons. And it is unclear whether President Trump is relying on his intelligence community to prepare for this meeting, or if he's just going to go with his gut.
Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov told Russian state TV this morning Russia will not make guesses on the outcome of the summit. There's been a major escalation in the fight over who's really in charge of the police department in the nation's capital.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has given the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration, Terry Cole, the, quote, powers and duties of the police chief in D.C. with the title Emergency Police Commissioner. And she says Cole must approve police department orders. It's uncertain where that's supposed to leave Police Chief Pamela Smith, although the district's Attorney General Brian Schwab says Bondi's order is unlawful. He says local officers must continue to follow Chief Smith's orders, and Mayor Muriel Bowser agrees. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Fighting words from California Governor Gavin Newsom on a bid by Texas Republicans to add 5 GOP congressional seats.
We have got to meet fire with fire.
The governor is calling for a special election in November on New new state maps to be released today that would add 5 Democratic seats in California. Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley.
We see this sort of escalating redistricting war continue to cascade across the country. I think it's going to be total chaos. District lines are going to be shifting. It's going to create great instability.
Women won't be able to buy abortion pills at Costco. After a year of pressure from groups associated with both sides of the issue, the company's decided not to dispense mifepristone at its pharmacies. Costco cites a lack of demand from members and other patients. The drug is the most used option among U.S. women who want to end pregnancies early. Nike co-founder Phil Knight and his wife Penny are giving $2 billion to the Cancer Research Center at Oregon Health and Science University. And it'll go a long way. KXL's Heather Roberts is in Portland.
The Knight Cancer Institute will become a self-governing entity and plans to hire as many as 300 new faculty and staff within the year.
It's billed as the biggest single donation to a U.S. university ever. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, right you are, John. Thank you. John, this time round, brought to you by the folks at M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great details. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays northbound Turnpike heading through Fairfield. It is the left lane out. They're working on wrapping up the overnight construction work in that area. Southbound, great shape. No problems right at this moment on the Parkway. And also Route 8 25A connector checking in good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Ready for a confident new smile? At Downtown Dental, get Invisalign or veneers with the best quality at the lowest price. Missing teeth from decay or an injury? Fix your smile fast with dental implants for just $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day.
I'm so glad I went to Downtown Dental for my implants. My teeth look amazing, and it was painless and affordable.
I smile with confidence because of Downtown Dental.
Offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental. DowntownDentalCT.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Good morning. At 6:08, almost 6:09, right here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul in for Melissa. Start you around the region this morning. The verdict's in for a former Bridgeport man accused of threatening violence on the Yale campus. Prosecutors say that back in March of 2023, Mandel Bedone mailed a complaint to the U.S. District Court office in New Haven, threatening to shoot Yale students and staff if his claim in a lawsuit deemed frivolous was not heard. Bedone has been convicted in federal court this week of mailing threatening communications. He'll be sentenced at a later date. Suspect, meantime, in custody following a stabbing incident in Norwich. 2 adults found wounded Thursday morning in the parking lot of a Sam's food store, both taken to a local hospital for care. 32-year-old Wendell Boateng Moses arrested on charges of assault. Bond set at $50,000 for a volunteer captain in the Suffield Fire Department. John Guzzi was arrested earlier this week in connection with an August 8th incident and faces charges including conspiracy to commit third-degree assault. Next court date set for the 23rd of September. Waterbury man being sentenced to prison on federal drug and weapons convictions. 26-year-old Elvis Santos pleading guilty back in 2023 to drug distribution and firearm possession offenses. He was sentenced this week. He'll serve 10 years, 120 months behind bars. A Hartford brunch spot has reopened its doors after closing abruptly. The Place to Be announcing Wednesday that its location in Hartford was now open with no clarification as to why it was closed. The business has been investigated in the past. Court documents show claims of unpaid rent at several of the business's locations. A stabbing at a CT fast-track station in New Britain under investigation. State troopers responding to the scene about 10 p.m. the other night. A seriously injured victim was taken to a hospital. Anybody who witnessed the incident is asked to call Connecticut State Police. 2 buses carrying preschoolers to a South Windsor splash pad were sent home by the town manager. 38 kids with the Enfield Child Development Center were there for an end-of-summer field trip but asked to leave over concerns of overcrowding. Now, the town manager in South Windsor said in a statement that the group showed up unexpectedly, impacting the ability of residents to use the facility. He said they could have stayed had the group talked to the Parks and Rec Department. Previously, some parents telling NBC Connecticut that officials there, though, acted unprofessionally. The family of a pastor who was hit and killed by a Stamford police officer's cruiser now suing the city. Loved ones of the Reverend Tommy Jackson filed that suit in state superior court yesterday. Now, in that litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. The criminal case is still pending. Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathering outside of Stamford Superior Court yesterday criticizing immigration agents, saying they're causing widespread fear and breaking up families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump White House's recent crackdown. The Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of those advocates. She says there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now, having afraid to leave their homes. Construction on the new Central Middle School is moving ahead in the town of Greenwich. Local members gathering outside to mark a significant milestone for the building yesterday as a topping-off ceremony was held at the site. Steel beam with the signatures of staff members, students, and volunteers hoisted into place. The beam was the last piece of the underlying structure for the new building. School could be completed and ready to welcome students before the start of the 2026-2027 school year. The Salvation Army and the Stamford Police Department are hosting a back-to-school gathering tomorrow. This is happening at the Salvation Army property on Selleck Street from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. They tell us there'll be food and games and raffle prizes, plus kids will get free backpacks with their supplies. Local parents can register to participate by presenting their IDs and birth certificates for kids ages 5 to 12 at the Salvation Army offices, and you can do that today. Connecticut area lottery players still have a chance, by the way, to win the ever-growing Powerball jackpot with no top prize winner since back on May 31st. The estimated jackpot for the big drawing coming up tomorrow night now stands at $565 million. Winning numbers will be announced just before 11 p.m., so check that out. That's your look at what's going on in, to, and through the area right here on Melissa in the Morning, right here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul Pacelli in for Melissa. That's talk or text, whatever might be on your minds here as we are up and underway. Oh, it's Friday. Look at that. Friday, the 15th of August, 2025. On the 6s for you. Yep. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Looks like they're finally starting to clear that earlier road work northbound on the Turnpike, southward to Fairfield. Left lane has been out. Still slow, but it's getting improvement through that area. Southbound starting to see a little bit of volume in Bridgeport and also on the Parkway, too. Some more cars in Trumbull, but for the most part, it's a pretty good ride all around. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Cue your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
The WICC 600 Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is happening August 23rd and 24th. Visit bluefishtournament.com to learn more.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
Your new customers are listening to the voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
You're listening to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, I think I have everything said here. Ice water, coffee, I think we're all set. Hey, took the decongestant. I don't know, Mike, for some odd reason, over the past week or so, my allergies have flared up again. The itchy eyes, the stuffy nose. I don't know. Maybe it's allergic to getting up early in the morning. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, it's Paul and for Melissa. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's see, 6:19, almost 6:20. How are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Up and underway, low to mid-70s right now, depending upon where you are, right around 73 or so. Greater Bridgeport area. Paul Bjork says sunny, warm, breezy today. Nice day, upper 80s. Tonight, partly cloudy, upper 60s for lows. Tomorrow, sunny and wind, mid-80s. Little hotter, sunny, upper 80s on Sunday. And I think it's supposed to cool off starting in the new week a bit. I'm ready for October. Yes, October, where are you? I know. Well, Paul, what about September? September's nice. But October's my month. Yeah, just before it gets a little too cold. Not too cold, but just before the November cold. And a little past the slight September chill. Yes, I'm an October guy. October's an underrated month. I know. July, August, summer, and September. They've written songs about it, you know. See you in September. I lose you to a summer love. Sorry. Here I am, my old rolling oldies. But October's my month, so hopefully I'll be around to see it. I'm just kidding. Went to my doctor the other day. The old A1C. Yes, it's for us diabetics. Yes, it's within tolerance here. All right, speaking of tolerating me, for the next 4 hours or something. Man, I'm just full of segues this morning, aren't I? Our buddy Anthony from the Connecticut Department of Tourism is going to be by in a mere few minutes. I have to ask Anthony about a write-up he recently got in a tongue-in-cheek Boston Globe column. Yes, our own pal Anthony here from the Tourism Department, bit of a celebrity last week or the week before, so we'll talk to him about that. That's in the 6:35 hour, 6 o'clock hour. A few minutes coming up at 6:35. Our buddy, our pal from the afternoon show, Mark Fitch from the Inside Investigator branch of the Yankee Institute, going to be dropping by. I don't know whether you've been following this, but again, there's even another allegation of corruption here in Connecticut. A very influential Democratic member of the state Senate is coming under scrutiny for the funneling of state monies to some nonprofits into and through the Hartford area that may have been controlled by a woman that this state Senate member may have been having a non-working relationship with. You can parse that out as best you can, so talk to Mark Fitch about that. Our buddy, our pal from the afternoon show in the 8 o'clock hour, Chris Caruso, who, of course, is constantly on the crusade for good government in Bridgeport, for ethics improvements, and also for absentee ballot regulations that actually have some teeth in them. Chris will be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Also in the 8 o'clock hour, we will be joined by a Quinnipiac University professor. A little fun here on a Friday to chat about the new Taylor Swift album. I know a lot of you probably aren't racing to stream it or download it, but again, you have this woman who has just an amazing, monumental almost, kind of a Mount Rushmore-like effect on the music business, on pop culture, on what your kids, your grandkids might be talking about, whatever. So we'll talk with a Quinnipiac University professor about that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Also, I will effort sometime during the show to replay a chat that we heard on the morning show here in from Melissa on Wednesday with Dr. Olena Lennon from Quinnipiac University regarding this Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump summit, which starts today in a few hours in Alaska. So I'll effort a replay on that. What's going to happen? Maybe everything, maybe nothing, maybe something in the middle. People saying, hey, Trump's going to get railroaded here. People saying, hey, don't worry about it. He knows what he's doing. People saying, hey, let's be careful because Vladimir Putin's a trained intelligence agent, which he is. So we'll see what happens. Listen, you got look. You got to eventually talk. You have to. Not every scenario is perfect. Not every chance at getting something done here is perfect or not. But again, for everybody who is supporting Mr. Trump, criticizing Mr. Trump, supporting the effort, criticizing the effort, well, my basic question on all of this from a purely nonpartisan, I love and wrap my arms around, everybody point of view here. Here's the basic question. How does this end? How does it end? How does it end? It's been going for 3+ years now, and a lot of us, not all of us, but a lot of us, may have been touched personally by this. A lot of us know people, maybe friends or so, into and through the Ukrainian and or Russian communities here in the States. So listen, we probably know somebody who knows somebody who's involved in this in some personal way. But again, for everybody prognosticating about this meeting, whatever, that's fine. People get paid big money to do that, far more than I do, and on a far higher level of expertise than me. I ain't no international relations expert. That I can tell you. But again, before everybody's head explodes here, how does it end? Everybody take their Facebook University and Google University law degrees and international relations degrees, and you tell me, how do we fix it? Traffic and weather together. Right here, it's Paula for Melissa on a Friday. Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike slowing up in through Bridgeport towards Fairfield. Delays northbound around Southport into Fairfield. Left lane still out, but traffic is getting by there a little bit better. They're wrapping up that overnight work. Parkway in great shape. No issues on the 25A connector or Route 8 north and southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Correspondent Nancy Cordes tells us President Trump is trying to manage expectations for his meeting on Ukraine today with Russian President Putin.
He also said that if things don't go well, then he's not doing a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He'll just do a press conference by himself after the meetings and head home and wash his hands of it.
The Trump administration wants a man who tossed a Subway sandwich at a federal officer in Washington to be prosecuted. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for Washington and D.C., said in a video announcing the arrest that her office is going to, quote, back the police to a hilt, so there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a November 4th special election to approve new congressional district maps to gain 5 Democratic seats, countering the 5 being created in Texas.
We are about to give power back to the people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathered outside Stamford Superior Court yesterday to criticize immigration agents, saying they are causing widespread fear and breaking apart families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump administration's recent crackdown. Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of the advocates. She told NBC that there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now and even to leave their homes.
People who have witnessed people just being grabbed and taken, people afraid to come to court, people who are just I'm scared.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. The family of a pastor who was struck and killed by a Stanford police officer's cruiser is suing the city. Loved ones of Reverend Tommy Jackson filed the suit in State Superior Court yesterday. In the litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood was later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. That criminal case is still pending. The city of Bridgeport is launching a new Walk of Honor program. The initiative is meant to pay tribute to residents from the community who have experienced notable achievements. The Walk of Honor will feature commemorative plaques that will be put on display at City Hall. An unveiling ceremony will be scheduled at a later date. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are John Kamal, sponsored this time around by the Connecticut Lottery. Hey, now you can play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game, must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available, too, for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow coming out of Bridgeport heading to Fairfield on the Turnpike southbound. The only glitch I'm seeing right now, we're free and clear at this moment on the Parkway, 25A connector, and Route 8 checking in okay too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Heard in Milford, Monroe, and every exit along the Merritt. It's Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone today? 6:36, almost 6:37:23 before the top of the hour. So if you have to be somewhere by 7, you only got 23 minutes. Make it good. I'm just kidding. Slow down. 2 hands on the wheel. Open phones coming up. A big roster of guests today. But as we do every time, every Friday at this time on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, we check in with the State Department of Tourism. Anthony is with us. Anthony, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. How you been?
Good. By the way, it's the first time I'm talking to you since you were spotlighted in a Boston Globe column, and Melissa and I had a smile about that. So now, do you have are you with a talent agency now that you've been lifted to new heights in a major New England newspaper?
I'm looking for representation. Would you care to take the gig?
Well, I'll have my people call your people, and we'll get with it. Okay, how's that?
I love it. Let's do it.
All right, a few things this coming weekend, Anthony, including of course, the Milford Oyster Festival, a long-running event right in our backyard here.
Yeah, this is a foundational event of Connecticut, really one of our paramount moments. And so this is the 50th anniversary of this specific festival, and all of the oysters are provided by Milford's own Briar Patch Shellfish. And look, if you're not into oysters, I know that's not everybody's thing. It's my thing. It doesn't have to be yours. They got other food, too. You got lobster rolls, hot dogs, burgers, barbecue, plenty of adult beverages for those who want to enjoy. And there's a great music lineup, including Milford's own School of Rock. So this is a great time to take advantage tonight and tomorrow right at Fowler Field in Milford.
All right, Anthony, do me a favor. Eric, could we put Anthony on hold here just for a second? Anthony, you were breaking up there a little bit. Phone thing here. Let's see if we can reestablish the line here, Eric, if we can. And again, just to recap what Anthony was talking about, of course, the 50th anniversary of the Milford Oyster Festival. This year is an event celebrating each night from 5 to 10 p.m. All the oysters, as Anthony had mentioned, sourced locally, right, from Milford's own Briar Patch Shellfish Company, so you don't get much fresher than that. All right, we've reestablished what I hope is a better connection. Anthony is with us. And, Anthony, I see we also, along with that Milford event, have something going on in Ridgefield. What's going on with that?
The Aldrich is always putting on great stuff. So tomorrow they are offering a third Saturday program. It's free. It's a family affair. Go in, enjoy story hour in the morning, and then drop into the studio for art-making activities. And they also just renovated their sculpture garden in the back. So this is a great opportunity to check out one of our best contemporary art museums in Connecticut.
All right. We go to the beautiful city of Bridgeport and a museum in Bridgeport. What's up with that?
It's even more than just a museum. Their adventure park at the Discovery Museum is being transformed tomorrow night into a beautiful glow-in-the-park, not glow-in-the-dark, glow-in-the-park opportunity. So you can soar through the trees on a zip line in a backdrop of really beautiful twinkling lights. And this week's theme is the 1970s, so they're going to be playing disco and funk and good old dad rock while you're flying through.
Yeah. Do you have now, in celebration of that and the disco and the funk in the 70s, will you be wearing, Anthony, your polyester pants and your platform shoes? Have you gotten those out?
I don't think they fit anymore. As I've gotten older, my stuff just doesn't. I got to go buy a new pair.
And finally, we have what's called the Backyard Beats Music Festival, again at Mohegan Sun. What's that?
Our friends at Mohegan Sun are always throwing down. So tomorrow, from 1 to 11 on the Sun Patio, they have a really high-energy music festival going on. So it's everything from high-energy indie rock and blues to everything in between. this is just a celebration of our music scene. And so they have local food trucks on site, of course, and plenty to drink, not to mention get a chance to browse some unique merch. So it's actually something fun for everybody of all ages. So this is one of those great times where you can go and actually take the kids during the day and then take them home to a sitter, and at night, mom and dad can go back out.
I like your thinking there. So we got great stuff in Milford, Ridgefield, Bridgeport, and the Mohegan Sun. There you go. Anthony from the Connecticut Department of Tourism, of course, the guest every Friday at this time on Melissa in the Morning. Anthony, good to chat with you, man. Be good. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks, man.
Likewise, my friend. Have a great weekend.
All right, Anthony there. Anthony from the State Department of Tourism. Just to go over, of course, the legendary Milford Oyster Festival tonight and tomorrow at Milford's Fowler Field. 50th anniversary of the Sea Lovers event, which this year is an evening celebration each night. So tonight and tomorrow night, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., all the oysters at the event sourced locally from the Briar Patch Shellfish Company in Milford. Plenty of other food, too, of course. Lobster rolls and other seafood, hot dogs, hamburgers, barbecue and ice cream, beer, wine, and seltzer for the adults, or for both of them. Great live music lineup, including tribute bands and the young musical talent from Milford's own School of Rock. Also, this weekend, the fair on the Half Shell event on the downtown Milford Green takes place all day tomorrow. How about that? More than 300 local vendors, live music, food trucks, and kids' activities. Kids' activities are good. We love kids' activities. You don't want to go to somewhere where the moms and dads are having all the fun and the kids just walking around going, so where are our activities? At the Aldrich Museum at Ridgefield tomorrow, third Saturday's program. The museum offering free admission on the third Saturday of every month, of course. As Sly Stone used to tell us, it's a family affair. You can participate in a morning story hour or drop into the studio for art-making activities. How come I never get called to read stories? My God. And again, as Anthony told us, you can soar above the trees at the Adventure Park at the Discovery Museum in Bridgeport. The Glow in the Park tomorrow, special event at the Aerial Adventure Park lets you, yes, you, soar and zip through the trees with a backdrop of twinkling lights and thumping music. The park transferred into a wonderland at night where you're guided around the courses by bright LEDs and fairy lights as well. And again, recapping the Backyard Beats Music Festival, yes, at the Mohegan Sun. It's on the Sun patio tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., 10 big hours. Dance yourself asleep to 10 big hours there. High energy, indie rock, and soulful blues, and everything in between. Celebration of the diverse and vibrant music scene in our own backyards. And you can grab a bite from the local food trucks. It's an all-ages event, too. It's at the casino. It's at Mohegan Sun, but it's an all-ages event, 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. And there you go. So there is always plenty to do for you and yours on any weekend given in the all corners of Connecticut. We've got a check of traffic and weather together and more coming up on 646. Traffic and weather again on the 6s right here. Paul and for Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop-and-go traffic, 26 in Bridgeport to a two-car crash around exit 23 in Fairfield. That has the left lane blocked right now. A little slow at 18 in Westport. Some delays Trumbull into Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We are off to a warm and less humid start. We have readings in the 70s right now. At Bridgeport, it is 74. It is 74 in Greenwich and Milford. Inland lower at 70. 71 in Reading, right along Route 58. 72 right now in Derby along Route 8, and 73 in Wilton, right along Route 7. So we begin in the 70s, but the good news, our dew point on the way down. Dew point down to 60 degrees in Bridgeport. It is really nice with that humidity on the way out and the breeze out of the northwest. We have that northwest wind at about 8, and our barometer is on the way up. 30.08, that will be on the rise during the morning. Now, it will be a good day to be outside, sunny and very warm. We'll have a high in the mid to upper 80s, so no doubt very warm, but certainly less humid with that wind shifting from the south yesterday to the northwest early this morning. By this evening and overnight, generally fair. Partly cloudy, will be in the upper 60s to 70, a mild night. Tomorrow, a lot of sun again. Afternoon highs getting into the upper 80s, so it will be a warmer and more humid afternoon. Sunday, there may be a renegade shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon, but it will be a hot day. Hot and humid under a lot of sun with a high of 90. Behind that front, Monday, sunny, less humid. Cooler with a high in the upper 70s. The wind again shifting out of the northwest, ushering in that drier air. Tuesday, sunny with a high in the upper 70s. Wednesday, fair upper 70s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. If you have next week off, I envy you. Right now, we're in the 70s, but the bigger news, that dew point down to 60. We've got a sunny, warm, and less humid day ahead. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey. Good morning. How is everyone today? It's 6:49. Make it 6:50. 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. As our friend Paul Pioric has been telling us so far this morning, sunny, warm, and breezy today. A lot less humid, though. The breeze is going to make it nice, Paul says. Mid to upper 80s. All right, just about in the mid-70s as we're getting everybody up and underway today. Some changes, too, and some expanded eligibility here for what's called the Connecticut Student Loan Reimbursement Program. Interesting here, this version of the story on News 8's website. The Connecticut Office of Higher Education announcing the Student Loan Reimbursement Program will open for applications today, Friday. Now, what's this all about? Well, some new eligibility changes were implemented to expand the program. It's designed to reach more Connecticut residents who are maybe having trouble with their student loan debt. Now, this program, the Student Loan Reimbursement Program, was originally authorized by the General Assembly back in 2024, so last year. Now, what the program does is provide up to $5,000 annually with a 4-year cap at $20,000 to applicants who are eligible, who meet service and or income requirements. So you'll get some college funding reimbursement from the state here, or someone you know maybe, depending upon their service or income requirements. Now, the following includes the program's key eligibility requirements. So, in other words, you may say, hey, maybe I could take advantage of this reimbursement. Maybe my son or daughter, grandson, granddaughter, whatever. So you must have been a Connecticut resident for at least 5 consecutive years. You must have an outstanding student loan balance and made a qualifying payment in 2024. You must have graduated from a Connecticut college or university. So this is a biggie here. It's not, I guess, doesn't apply to you if you didn't go to a Connecticut college or university or attended a program to earn a professional license or certificate. So again, this would be for somebody who attended a college or university in the state or went on to earn a professional license or certificate in the state. You may ask, hey, Paul, what are the income limits? Well, it's $125,000 for individuals and $175,000 for married applicants. That's not an insignificant number there. You must have 50 hours. Now, here's the big thing. You can't just run and get your reimbursement here or reimbursement or whatever. You must have 50 hours, 50, of verified volunteer service since January 1 of last year, 2024, at a qualifying nonprofit municipal agency or through the military. And a hardship waiver must be requested or may be requested in some instances of non-degree completion. So there you go. So again, if you're having trouble making some of your student loan payments here in the state, if you have attended a Connecticut college and or university or, and this is important, a program to eventually get a professional license or a certificate, you may qualify here if you have also done some volunteer service at a municipal agency, a nonprofit, or through military service. So now, listen, it's a good idea, I think. I think that is something. Now, do they have something like that on a national basis? I don't know. But that might not be a bad idea. I've always kind of advocated for that. I think it's something interesting here where some people who may not have the cash, maybe are having trouble, paying back their student loans or whatever, but maybe they do have time, well-intentioned or whatever, saying, hey, maybe I can pay the state or the nation or whomever gave me this loan back. Obviously, if it's not a private bank, if it's a municipal loan, state, locally funded, whatever, why not be able to expand a situation where somebody can pay that back with some expertise they have? I like that idea. So again, if you're wondering here saying, hey, Paul, that's kind of interesting, I want to pass this along to my wife, my husband, my kids, my grandkids, you want to have them check out the Student Loan Reimbursement Program, the SLRP, from the Connecticut Office of Higher Education. You have to have attended a Connecticut college, a university, or a professional training school. And there's volunteer hours there. There's a requirement for that, so check that out. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Which reminds me, I have to check to see if if the payment I made on my son's student loans has gone through. Yes, Paulie is doing that, and I have no qualms about doing it. Listen, if I leave this earth with not a cent to my name, but I was able to provide the education for my son, I'm okay with that. That's good. That's what I want to do. That's good. So he can sit there and sip his $9 lattes while I'm paying it. But that's fine. I literally, people say, oh, all that college costs. I don't care. I don't care. You can't give your kid an education. One, can you? Seriously. Or the means for an education. I guess it's up to the individual kid, daughter, son, whether or not they can grasp that education thing. But be that as it may, I'm good with that. Traffic and weather together on the 6s, 6:50, 6:04 before 7. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Turnpike southbound, it's slow going, approaching 23 in Fairfield. That is the scene of a two-car crash, and that has the left lane knocked out through that area. So slow from Bridgeport to Fairfield. A little delay now in Westport southbound. Stop and go from Trumbull into Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway. Still looking good on Route 8 and the 25A connector this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the freedom of the open water with ConnecticutVotingCertificates.com. Their comprehensive online classes make it easy and convenient for you to earn your Connecticut voting certificate from the comfort of your home. With expert instructors, flexible scheduling, and up-to-date courses, you'll gain the knowledge and skills needed to operate safely and confidently. Embark on your voting adventures today and enjoy the thrill of the waves with confidence. Enroll now and begin your family adventure today.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Diane from Michigan, a disabled senior citizen trying to get by. Henry from Florida, a veteran fighting to make ends meet. Elena from Arizona, a mother struggling to feed her daughter. Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I support Feeding America because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year, like Diane, Henry, and Elena. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump about to leave for Anchorage for today's summit with Vladimir Putin on winding down the war in Ukraine.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine.
Russia's foreign minister told state TV today his side won't make any predictions on the outcome of the meeting. CBS's Stacey Lynn from Washington.
The president says this is just a feel-out meeting to better understand
Russia's demands for ending the war.
Seems to me they're dialing down expectations.
Military analyst Jeff McCausland says oftentimes these are performative as opposed to substantial, and he says Mr. Trump needs to go into this meeting with the willingness to walk away.
And though that might be labeled a failure, longer term it might not be.
Alaska's Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski doubts the summit will produce an immediate peace deal.
To have an initial first step for hopefully productive conversation, that's good, but I am not one who's expecting that there's going to be an announcement at some point saying the war is over.
If things go well today, Mr. Trump says he might arrange a second summit with Ukrainian President Zelensky included. There's a standoff in Washington, D.C. over the president's federal takeover and who's in charge of policing the district.
Attorney General Pam Bondi named DEA Commissioner Terry Cole the district's emergency police commissioner and scrapped the district's policy that limited cooperation between its police officers and federal immigration agents. She says the district will not remain a sanctuary city. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and Attorney General Brian Schwab claim Bondi's orders are unlawful. Bondi's directive comes after President Trump deployed the National Guard to help patrol D.C. Residents like Ryan Zito are fed up.
Crime is down. This is a power grab.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
California Governor Newsom says he wants to block President Trump from rigging the 2026 midterms. So the governor's calling for a special election in November on redrawn congressional maps that would add 5 Democratic congressional seats. California Republican Kevin Kiley.
The fact that the governor is now looking to spend $250 million on a snap-rushed special election that by definition could only succeed if they manage to confuse voters, I think it's exactly the wrong thing for our state right now.
PBS says it's slashing its current budget by 21% because of federal funding cuts. That'll mean less money going to hundreds of local public TV and radio stations. Meantime, 14,000 alumni, faculty, and members of the public have signed a petition urging Harvard not to agree to a $500 million fine to restore government research funds. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or a population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy. That's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John Kamal. John, this time around, brought to you by the fine folks at M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Well, you can visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. And for more info, visit them. Check them out, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go from Bridgeport 26 to Fairfield 23. That's the scene of an earlier two-car crash in the midst of clearing, blocking the left lane. Further south of slowed Westport. Building in Stamford, stop and go Trumbull to Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This is where Trumbull starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey there. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone at LSC 708? All right. Move it up for a minute to 709. Paul and for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here, right now at 203-333 9422 333 WICC talk or text. Welcoming in a gentleman that I have on the afternoon show a lot because he and his team at the Inside Investigator do some great work, and I want him to explain a story that you may be seeing coverage about and say, hey, what's going on here? Mark Fitch joins us this morning. First of all, Mark, good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
Always a pleasure, Mark, to hear you and your great reportage with you and your staff up there. All right, a lot of people may say, hey, this guy Doug McCrory, right, influential guy up at the Capitol, and there's nonprofit things going on there, and there's apparently a woman to which he has kind of admitted a non-professional relationship. There's testimony, there's grand juries, there's money mentioned. I don't know, all the juicy stuff is there. So, Mark, what exactly is going on with this whole thing?
Okay, yeah, it is a little complicated. There's a few different things going on. So
yeah.
One of those things is you have Doug McCrory. He's a representative of Bloomfield and Hartford.
Yeah.
And his relationship with this woman who's the head of a few different organizations, both for-profit and non-profit. These organizations are called Sheba. Her name's Sansari Cicero. And a lot of money has gone to Sheba's and Sansari Cicero's organizations starting in about 2021. And a lot of these organizations that she started she didn't even form them until 2022, but like the money just started coming in. And Doug McCrory sits on the Minority Business Initiative Advisory Board. And according to documents that we obtained through Freedom of Information requests, he was actively pushing for grant money, not only from the Minority Business Initiative, but from a lot of different other programs to go towards Sheba. And so the feds are looking into whether or not this was done improperly. Obviously, if there's a personal relationship there could be conflict of interest. The other thing is the Blue Hills Civic Association, which is a nonprofit that distributes grant money to other nonprofits in the Hartford area. It's a big it's a big cause that McCrory has directed money to over the years. They ended up getting a lot more money than they usually do. And in the course of a wire transfer, they ended up getting defrauded. So it's something that happens. They lost about $300,000. It's pretty much caused the entire organization to shut down. That's kind of a separate thing. That's a wire fraud thing that the feds are looking into. But it also happened for $200,000 to another organization called the Prosperity Foundation. And where this gets a little interesting with the Prosperity Foundation is that is owned and run by a member of the Minority Business Initiative board. So it looks a little, it's like you're directing money to your own organizations here. So there's a few different things going on. The feds have subpoenaed, a lot of records and are trying to figure out this very tangled web of nonprofits in Hartford where it's a lot of the same names turning up time after time on the, all these intersecting relationships. And a lot of money is going in there. So, that's one thing I've been working on is, how much money has gone to Sheba, and I have a story coming out Monday where, as far as I can tell right now, as far as documented payments, you're looking at about $1.5 million over a few years, which is, it's doing pretty good for, you just started this nonprofit, and within 3 months, you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in state and federal dollars. And, McCrory introduced his friend here to all sorts of other people, the Connecticut Lottery Corporation, Senators, Murphy and Blumenthal had earmarked $3.5 million for her. The onion layers keep peeling back.
Yeah, and look, Doug McCrory's no neophyte. You and I have been following him for years. Very influential guy, and in the theory of fairness, Mark, you and I know there have been no charges yet. As you say, there are grand juries and all these investigations. But Senator McCrory has come out, I know, in the press. And he's been very defiant on this. He says, he kind of admits that he and this woman kind of have a, what are they saying, a non-business relationship or a non-professional relationship. But he basically, Mark, from what I read, have said, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I did anything wrong. So again, a lot of twists and turns here.
Yeah, and that interview was conducted a few months ago, as far as I know. I tell you, I've been working on this story. I've been chasing the story for years. That's how long that this has been going on. It took me a year and a half just to get our documents through FOI. Yeah. But everybody's kind of this rumor's been out there, and so CT Insider had managed to get an interview, and he didn't say whether or not he didn't say what exactly their relationship is. There has been published, like in the Hartford Courant, they published, that it was suspected they were actually living together at some point. So this has been ongoing for a while.
Yeah, and finally, Mark, these organizations where this money was sent, do these organizations all actually exist and are doing stuff in a nonprofit vein for the community? Do you or your staff or anybody knows that? Or are any of these kind of shell organizations or not? What do we know about that?
Well, all right. So some of them absolutely, they have headquarters, they have locations. Okay. So we know that they have people who work for them and get paid by them. So we know that too.
Yeah.
there's some of them like HEDCO, which is the Hartford Economic Development Corporation. They administer a lot of state grants, which go to companies. They've been doing that for a long time. I mean, they're wrapped up in this too because they're involved. They're deeply involved in Sheba.
Yeah.
But some of the other nonprofits have started up recently, and just kind of got flooded with money. You're talking, post 2020, around 2021, 2022, when the state was really looking to invest into diversity and bringing, putting more money into, the cities and things like that, which, is understandable. But at the same time, what some of these companies do is kind of hard to define. I mean, you read it and it sounds nice on the website, but what are they actually doing? So like Sheba's big thing is we train businesses to be better at being businesses. And it's, it's all right. Okay. But the state implemented, it's Sheba. You have to get trained by Sheba and be certified by Sheba in order to have access to low interest loans. So, in one instance, they did a $550,000 grant to the Hartford Economic Development Corporation, but $500,000 of that went to Sheba. So you're getting these, it's kind of two steps removed. In another case, Blue Hills Civic Association, they paid Sheba $600,000. So it all keeps kind of adding up. And at this point, this other nonprofit that's named in the subpoenas, Girls for Technology, they partnered with Sheba to do the same thing. Like you have to do Sheba's business training certification in order to get a loan, and that was $5 million. So
wow,
yeah. So there's some good money here. But whether or not it was distributed properly, or if there were any conflicts of interest, or what is actually even going on here, the feds are looking to figure that out. It's not easy. It's kind of complicated. I've been looking at it for years, if not weeks. Weeks heavily, but working on chasing it down for a couple of years.
Yeah, Mark, thank you, folks. This is great stuff. Mark Fitch, Inside Investigator. Check out the site. There are numerous news stories every week. Mark and the staff do great work looking into stories like this, especially where tax money is concerned. InsideInvestigator.org. Mark, good to chat with you, man. We'll be in touch down the road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Mark, be good. Mark Fitch there. InsideInvestigator.org. So a tangled web with Senator McCrory and a woman that he met, with all due respect, innocent till proven guilty. We get it. But like Mark said, he's been trying to put the pieces of this funding maze together for a year or so now. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Leftover delays. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, Bridgeport into Fairfield. That earlier two-car crash at 23 near Kings Highway. Left lane out. Further south, we're stop and go into Norwalk, also into Stamford, too. And a slow ride on the Parkway coming out of Trumbull through the Fairfield Rest Area and Black Rock Turnpike. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, clients will see you in a world-class facility. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. You step outside this morning, and I guarantee there'll be a big smile on your face. The humidity is gone. We have a dew point down to 59 right now in Bridgeport. Yesterday, we had dew points in the lower to mid-70s, so the humidity on the way out with that wind shifting right now out of the north. So we begin on a mild note. We have readings in the 70s, 74 in Bridgeport, 75 in Milford, and then Greenwich. It is 73 in Easton along Route 58, and we're down to about 71 right now in Danbury right along Route 7. The barometer on the way up, 30.10. Again, that breeze out of the northeast. But the bigger news, the dew point down to 59. The air is very dry early this morning for mid-August. We have got a sunny day on the way. It will be very warm, a good day for the beach, maybe a round of 18, lunch outdoors, or better yet, all of the above. We'll have an afternoon high in the mid to upper 80s. The breeze will shift out of the south later this afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Saturday sunny, very warm with a high in the low to mid 80s. Sunday, there may be a shower or a thunderstorm, but most of the day, if not all of it, will be dry. It'll be a sunny day, hot and humid with a high in the upper 80s to near 90. Front moves by late Sunday night. Monday, really nice. Sunny, dry, cooler, upper 70s. Tuesday, sunny, nice, upper 70s. On Wednesday, fair with a high in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. Right now, the sun is shining. The air is dry. What a difference. That breeze out of the north right now, the dew point down to 59. It'll be a bright, warm, and less humid day with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal. Big or small. No minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect lots of sunshine and a little less humidity. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Temps will dip back down into the 60s later on. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and clouds with highs in the low to mid 80s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Heard in Woodmont, Walnut Beach, and anywhere in Milford. You found Melissa in the morning and the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Man, I remember where I was, what station I was at when this song came. Oh, man, Madonna record here. This was called, back then in the radio business, this was called, there's certain artists in music, radio, and I guess obviously Taylor Swift is one today. There are others. There's a term in music radio called an out-of-the-box artist or an out-of-the-box record. And it doesn't mean they're pushing the envelope or pushing the box in what they do. No. What that meant in radio, and I guess still does for some reason, there was a time when you had artists to where, now this is pre-downloads, so you had to have what they call the physical media of the record or the single that was being pushed, either, egad, a vinyl album or a CD or whatever. Nothing was downloaded back then. That's how old I am. But I remember that song, which is a Madonna record, Get Into the Groove, was considered an out-of-the-box record, meaning as soon as you took it out of the box, you played it on your radio station. Should we listen to it first? No, don't worry about it. It's Madonna. Just play it. It's Michael Jackson. Just play it. It's Whitney Houston. Just play the darn thing. It's the Rolling Stones. Just play it. Out of the box. Man, oh, man. Of course, you've been in this business as long as I have. This is a multi-time-a-day thing. Gee, where was I when I heard this record the first time? Oh, man, oh, man. All right, a lot more coming up, including news, bottom of the hour, our pal, John Kamal, and also we'll check traffic and weather together and the latest from CBS. All right here. Hey, it's Paul Pacelli from Melissa in the Morning, 726, traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Very slow southbound on the turnpike from Bridgeport into Fairfield 23. There's two-car crash. Left lane, left shoulder is out, and that's why the slow go is through there. Got delays in Stamford 2-9 to exit 7. Parkway is slow in Trumbull southbound. And right now, Route 8 25A connector are not affected by any kind of big problems this morning. That's good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Is your sofa clinging to you in this summer humidity? Does your mattress have more bumps than a Connecticut back road? At Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, their Stay Cool, Get Comfortable sale is your escape route to relaxation. Stop by on Main Street, Ansonia, and snag ice-cold deals on nap-worthy essentials like recliners, sectionals, and mattresses that won't melt your wallet. Spectre Furniture, where tradition stays cool and comfort gets cozy. SpectreFurniture.com, trusted for 135 years.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say for my students.
We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Correspondent Nancy Cordes tells us President Trump is trying to manage expectations for his meeting on Ukraine today with Russian President Putin.
He also said that if things don't go well, then he's not doing a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He'll just do a press conference by himself after the meetings and head home and wash his hands of it.
The Trump administration wants a man who tossed a Subway sandwich at a federal officer in Washington to be prosecuted. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for Washington and D.C., said in a video announcing the arrest that her office is going to, quote, back the police to a hilt, so there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a November 4th special election to approve new congressional district maps to gain 5 Democratic seats, countering the 5 being created in Texas.
We are about to give power back to the people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathered outside Stamford Superior Court yesterday to criticize immigration agents, saying they are causing widespread fear and breaking apart families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump administration's recent crackdown. Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of the advocates. She told NBC that there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now and even to leave their homes.
People who have witnessed people just being grabbed and taken, people afraid to come to court, people who are just scared.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. The family of a pastor who was struck and killed by a Stamford police officer's cruiser is suing the city. Loved ones of Reverend Tommy Jackson filed the suit in State Superior Court yesterday. In the litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood was later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. That criminal case is still pending. The city of Bridgeport is launching a new Walk of Honor program. The initiative is meant to pay tribute to residents from the community who have experienced notable achievements. The Walk of Honor will feature commemorative plaques that will be put on display at City Hall. An unveiling ceremony will be scheduled at a later date. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. John, this time around, is brought to you by Optimum Business. Hey, stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at just $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Check out Optimum.com/business today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Working on clearing this two-car crash in the left shoulder on the Turnpike southbound of Fairfield right before 23. So the slow up still comes from Bridgeport heading into that crash. Although it's not blocking any lanes, it's still curiosity delays and slow going by there. Further south, it's busy from Stamford's 9 to exit 6. Minor delays in Trumbull southbound on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
From Coscob to Riverside and all around Greenwich, back to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, Greenwich, another area of Fairfield County where they see me and the cops say, get out, get out. I'm kidding. Oh, man. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Greenwich, Coscob, Old Greenwich, Riverside, if I remember correctly, the four Metro North stops to the great town of Greenwich. And good morning to all of Fairfield County. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 737, 738, 22 on the short side of 8 o'clock. It's Paula for Melissa. A couple of more hours. Melissa back on Monday. I love this, so love dropping back and doing the morning show every so often. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Sunny, lot nicer today. Breezy, dry, and upper 80s, says Paul Pior. Today, upper 60s tonight, partly cloudy, mid 80s with some sun and some wind, a little more humidity over the weekend. Then next week looks real nice. Looking good. All right, so Paul watching the weather for us this morning. Something else we watch, our blood pressure. I had my blood pressure checked the other day. Knock on wood. Well, that's not really wood. It's composite. Hey, knock on composite. I did okay. 117 over 75 or something like that. So, reason I bring that up, no, not to toot my own horn, but some health news here. How about this? This from CNN's health experts. Next time you get your blood pressure checked, expect your doctor to be a little more aggressive about high blood pressure levels. Get this. And, oh boy, if you like a glass of wine, a little vino with dinner, or a cocktail on the weekends, brace yourself or yourselves. And look, now, number one, whenever I read a health story on the air, I always say, I'm doing this for maybe some information purposes. Check with your doctor. Check with your doctor. Check with your doctor. Check with your doctor. Don't do anything with your health based off of somebody that says anything on any radio station. Okay? New guidelines from the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology released yesterday, Thursday, say you should abstain from booze. Yeah. Committees from the heart organizations continuously assess the latest research so they can help medical providers figure out how to treat high blood pressure. But this, the stuff that I guess they released yesterday, Thursday, says here is the first new set of guidelines since 2017. Heart disease, long been the number one killer in the world. High blood pressure, one of the most modifiable ways to avoid such death. Now, nearly half of all adults in the U.S. have higher than normal blood pressure. Natural normal blood pressure is 120 over 80. Okay? Elevated blood pressure is 120 to 129 over 80. If you're at 130 over 80 or higher, according to the new guidelines, your medical provider will tell you to make some changes. In other words, in the past, if you were at low 130s, 135, they would suggest things. I guess now they're saying the phase here is if you're over 130 over 80. The new blood pressure guideline says here, in fact, that if your systolic blood pressure, that's the top number, and I forget, one is when the heart contracts and one is when it pumps, I forget. If you're above 130 on the higher number, your medical provider should first tell you to change your lifestyle. After 3 to 6 months, if those changes don't lower your blood pressure, then medication is recommended. Now, what's the change? Well, back in 2017, they used 140 as the top number to first prescribe lifestyle changes and medication. So kind of the yellow to red area now is being lowered from 140 to 130, which would make sense, I guess. Lifestyle changes, according to the new guidelines, include maintaining or achieving a healthy weight, eating a heart-healthy diet, reducing the amount of salt you eat. Oh, I'm bad with that. I like me some garlic salt. I've been trying to cut back. Maintaining or achieving a healthy weight, eat a heart-healthy diet, lower your salt intake, manage stress, and at least 150 minutes of moderate physical activity per week, and resistance exercise like weight training. And the other major shift here, along with the kind of the mark being lowered from 140 to 130, don't drink. Now, the guidelines used to say that if people choose to drink, it should be 1 drink or less a day for women, 2 or less a day for men. Fewer than 10 a day for people in radio. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Relax. God almighty, you people. There is but now too much evidence, they say, that even a small amount of alcohol impacts your blood pressure. Listen, I like me a Sam Adams every so often. I like me a well-made kamikaze, vodka, lime juice, triple sec. But here's the bottom line. Even a little alcohol, and I've talked to medical experts on this for years, who have said to me, hey, Paul, people like their drink, and, wine, beer, spirits, cordials, aperitifs, but experts will say, and we understand that, we know that, but experts will say alcohol is poison. Now, yes, it thins the blood. Yes, it can be tasty, but, this is why I guess they're saying now. And I guess a lot of medical bodies started saying this about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. saying, the healthiest thing, just don't drink. Now the spirits industry gets mad when you hear that. Yeah, whatever. Dietary recommendations still include the DASH diet, a diet high in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fish, poultry, beans, nuts, and vegetable, I'm sorry, it's a joke, vegetable oils, and low on fat, sugar, and tropical oils like coconut or palm oil. And motor oil. Forgo Pennzoil from your... Don't fry your food in 10W30 from Quaker State. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Had earlier, two-car crash southbound in Fairfield. 23 has been cleared, so we're back to a pretty good volume now southbound from Bridgeport to Fairfield. It is slow in Stamford, and we've got minor delays southbound on the Parkway heading into Trumbull. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, and that it is. We have a dew point now down to 59 degrees in Bridgeport. Yesterday, the dew point was in the mid-70s, so the humidity is out the window. We have a breeze right now, rather generous out of the northeast, and boy, it is dry, and that is good news. It'll be a good day to be out and about, although a lot of sun. It'll be warm later this afternoon with a high in the mid-80s. Right now, we have readings in the 70s. We begin on a warm note, 74 in Bridgeport, 75 in Greenwich, 75 in Norwalk. We're at 72 currently in Easton at the Bluebird along Route 58, and we are at 71 in Danbury along Route 7. And the wind is out of the northeast at about 9. Our barometer on the way up, 30.1, which is a good sign, and it will be a good day weather-wise. A good day for the beach wouldn't be a bad idea. A lot of sun, mid to upper 80s, certainly less humid. The wind, though, will shift out of the south late in the day and during the evening. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, mild, upper 60s to near 70. Saturday, sunny and warm, will be in the mid-80s, not a bad day. A little more humid, though, with the wind out of the south. Sunday, hot and humid. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm, isolated, but most of the day, if not all of it, will be dry. We'll have a high in the upper 80s to near 90. A front will move by Sunday night, and behind that, cooler, drier air. And that will mean a great week next week. Monday, sunny, less humid, really nice, upper 70s. Tuesday, sunny, dry, upper 70s. Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. If you have next week off, you have got a winner of a week weather-wise. Right now, we're in the 70s statewide, but the bigger news, a generous breeze out of the north has dropped our dew point down to 59. It is really nice. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
$25,000 could be yours. Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth, happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody okay? You all right over there? Everything fine? All right? You got everything you need there to sharpen your pencils? Yes, Mr. Pacelli. Do classrooms still have pencil sharpeners? I guess. I would hope. Now, again, I know they're electric. I bring back the hand crank pencil sharpeners. How about those suckers? Yeah. Then you gotta take the metal thing off and go empty it, and invariably some of it used to spill on the floor. That's what I'm about. some hand crank pencil sharpeners. You see what happens when they make me get up this early? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Very serious note here. We're starting to kind of wind down summer a little bit. We still have probably, about a month and a half left of what I would term swimmable weather, whether you're at somebody's neighborhood pool, a municipal pool, or you're swimming in a river or a lake at a Connecticut state park. Well, state officials still continue to warn us that despite all the safety programs and reminders here in Connecticut nationally for swimming safety, swimming with a buddy or wearing a life jacket or whatever, officials say there are still far too many drownings.
A trip to the beach may be a fun way to enjoy the last days of summer, but for many, a dip in the river is enough to cool off. Unfortunately, no matter where you're swimming, this summer has proven particularly dangerous.
The swimming here in Connecticut is just absolutely as dangerous as it is anywhere else, the Atlantic Ocean or other rivers and lakes across the country.
That was Mason Trumbull from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, one of many experts warning residents about the drowning risks that are present, even in seemingly benign bodies of water.
The reality is anywhere where there's water, there's danger. Even whether or not you're swimming, if you're around the water, if you're on a boat, if you're on a dock.
And we've had tragic reminders of that danger all summer long. This past week, a 6-year-old boy in Stratford died after falling into the Housatonic River. And while that incident was a tragic accident, there have been multiple other cases where more experienced swimmers have lost their lives as well. A New York man drowned in the Housatonic earlier in the season, and just this week, a man died in an incident at Rocky Hill. Hillary Norsha from the Chespercott Health District told Fox 61 that safety measures should always be present.
We definitely want to be mindful of, having safety equipment with us, a first aid kit, and you should have a pool watcher no matter what the age.
First aid and lifeguards may seem obvious, but Mason Trumbull suggested another precaution that the average adult may not have considered.
If you're not a comfortable swimmer, don't be afraid to wear a life jacket in the water. It's hot. Everyone wants to go out. Everyone wants to cool off. And if you're not a confident swimmer, please wear a life jacket, especially in areas where there's moving water, where there may not be lifeguards.
As the summer winds down, many will want to make a last-minute trip to the beach or a local swimming area. But if you're looking for an extra layer of protection, Deep has got you covered.
On ctparks.com, we have a list of all of our state parks that have guarded swimming areas. And so if you're looking for some extra assistance, please go to a guarded swimming area, and that'll provide that extra level of monitoring.
For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Good stuff there. And again, that state website, ctparks.com, ctparks.com. Good advice there about, swimming with a buddy, as we heard, or wearing a life vest or life jacket. But, and teach your kids to swim early on. Now, you're probably asking, well, Paul, can you swim? Well, that's debatable. I haven't been in the water. Eric, like that. It's debatable, Eric. It's kind of, it depends what time of the year it is. Look, here's the bottom line. How should I phrase this? Can you swim, Paul? If I fell off a boat, I would probably survive. Probably. Not definitely, but I'd put a decent money line on me surviving. And only because I was never a swimmer growing up, but about 20 or 30 years ago, and I should go back, I kind of taught myself how to swim. At the local Y in Wallingford, I kind of just did it little by little and practiced floating and then, doing the length of a pool back and forth and this and the other. So we'll see. Now, hopefully, I won't be falling off any boats in the near future. People listening right now that hate me in the afternoon going, yeah, that's it, Pacelli. Paul, make sure you fall off the boat. No. I won't be doing that. But I do love me a nice boat cruise every so often. Been on a couple of cruises. Love that. I never slept so well as I did on a cruise. Oh, my God. The wind, the breeze, the gentle rocking, and the gentle undulations of the boat back and forth. Oh, just wake me. I'm going to sleep here on the side of the boat. Wake me in a week. So, but seriously, swimming safety, got to do it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, let's do traffic and weather together. The aforementioned John Kamal, you heard him just a few minutes ago. He'll have your local news. And coming up, our pal, Chris Caruso, joining us in a few minutes. Chris, of course, very passionate about absentee ballot security and a push for more ethics in the city of Bridgeport. I know, stop giggling. We'll talk to Chris coming up about that and more. Right here, it's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Going southbound Bridgeport to Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike. Heavy volume now out of Stamford's 9 to exit 7. We're dealing with stop and go 2 Trumbull to Fairfield. Slow on Route 8 south into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
The number one fear when it comes to planning for retirement is running out of money. So you take that, and then, of course, that 42% of baby boomers that don't know how much money they have in their nest egg, well, that also means they don't know if they have enough. Think about it. Do you? Find out by listening to Mastering Your Wealth. Join host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600. And, of course, for more details, you can always visit online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
You're listening to WICC.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed. And he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This
is the CBS World News Roundup, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump has just arrived at Joint Base Andrews for a flight that'll take him to Alaska and his summit with Vladimir Putin on ending the war in Ukraine.
And it's going to be, I think, very important for Russia, and it's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives.
Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
Here in Anchorage, Putin and Trump will meet one-on-one with only their interpreters present before opening up the talks to include their top advisors. Russia's air assaults on Ukraine have only grown more intense since Trump took office, even as Putin claims to want peace. Yesterday, he praised the Trump administration for its, quote, energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities.
Former CBS News Moscow Bureau Chief Beth Noble.
I think it's very wise for President Trump and the White House to lower expectations for this meeting because they really don't have a lot of sway over Russian President Putin. Putin started this war, and he's really the only person who can end it.
If things go well today, the two presidents are expected to appear together at a joint news conference. There's a standoff in Washington, D.C. after Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered the local police chief to step aside. She put the head of the Drug Enforcement Agency in charge. CBS's Scott McFarlane.
The mayor, though, is pushing back, posting a letter from D.C.'s government lawyer saying those orders are unlawful and that they needn't be followed.
California Governor Gavin Newsom wants a special election in November on redrawn congressional maps that would add 5 Democrats. It's a response to Texas' bid to add Republicans, which prompted a group of Democrats to flee the state to avoid a vote. KRLD's Chris Fox is in Austin.
According to Texas House Democratic Caucus Chair Gene Wu, they'll return home after the Texas state legislature adjourns the current special session. The State House Speaker said that would happen Friday, and after the introduction of California's redistricting maps. Wu says that would neutralize the Trump-Abbott voter suppression effort.
We're hoping that the next special session does not also have to be corrupt.
The price of packing your kid a lunch for school is going up thanks to the higher cost of jelly, apples, and those little individual milk cartons. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Deloitte calculated the average daily cost of a brown bag lunch is currently $6.15. That's about 3% more expensive when compared to the start of the 2024 school year.
The price of a classic combo PB&J and milk is one of the cheapest options at less than $5. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Sponsored, of course, by the Fairfield Law Office of Iliefson and Tenor. Hey, give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow Route 8 southbound into the Commodore Hull Bridge in Shelton. Stop and go. Bridgeport to Fairfield on the Turnpike, and then very heavy 9 to 7 in Stamford. Slow Trumbull, Fairfield into Westport's 42 now on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is where Greenwich starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? Not a bad weekend coming up, says Paul Pioric at 8:07, almost 8:08. Paul calling for a sunny, warm, drier, and breezier day today. It feels good already. Highs topping out in the upper 80s. A lot more coming up here on the program. This gentleman usually joins me on Fridays and Friday afternoon when I do the afternoon thing at 5:15. Chris Caruso joining us. Chris and I get together every Friday. We pour ourselves a big glass of frosty brioche and we try and figure out the problems of the world. Mr. Caruso, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. Good to be with you.
Chris, if you could update me and the audience here, and I know we've been discussing this over the weeks, and you and I have, and Melissa did a segment on this, charter revision in Bridgeport and ethics, boosting ethics, dead, alive, on life support. Where do we stand with this?
Well, the city council, under the law, just reviewed the charter. They made changes to the ethics commission and the Municipal Office of Ethics in Bridgeport, and now it's been referred back to the Charter Revision Commission, where the commission has an opportunity to undo some of those changes or keep it exactly the way it is, and then it's sent back to the council, and then it's sent to the voters in November to vote on. From what I could see, Paul, and I've read through the changes that were made by the council, there's different provisions that the council changed that really weakens a strong ethics commission. And I am concerned about that. And, I spoke to people about it to make the changes where it actually makes the commission stronger and the ability for the commission to do its work. So there are different parts, for example. There's one provision that if there's vacancies on the commission, the Ethics Commission, the City Council, it was set up that there would be 2 steps where the mayor would have 3 months to make the replacement. If he doesn't do that, then it goes to the council. The council has 3 months to make the replacement.
Okay.
Now, in this case, the council took that out for the council's part. So that way it could go on for months or years, basically, that replacement won't take place. And by doing that, it prevents the commission from a quorum and from, frankly, conducting business. So that needs to be changed. There's another provision in there where the city attorney would review the powers and the establishment of the commission.
Yeah.
And then as far as legal form and, programs like that. The problem with that is that the city attorney represents the executive branch and the legislative branch of government. So for them to be involved in crafting, if you will, the powers and duties is a conflict, because the people who are going to be brought up before the commission are people from the executive branch, from the legislative branch, right?
Yeah.
So, it's things like that. And then the funding is another area that has to be looked at. So there's about 4 or 5 things that have been done that could unravel a strong ethics commission and the municipal ethics. And when you look at the state, the state attorneys, for example, the attorney general, he's not involved in the ethics commission.
No.
The governor's attorneys aren't involved. The legislative attorneys aren't involved. The commission has its own attorneys. And there's a reason that is, so that the commission on the state level is separate and independent. It needs to be. So there's things like that that I think need to be adjusted. And hopefully the Charter Revision Commission, now that they got the changes from the city council, will do what it needs to do and restore the strength of the commission.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Chris, I'm sorry. Listen, I always grew up, and I'm sure you did too, with the message from my parents and my families and the people that we were around that said, listen, if you're not doing bad things, if you're not a crook or a criminal, and I'm not inferring anything here, then you should be for ripe, robust processes that make sure everybody is following the rules. And my fear here, Chris, and I'm sure you may think this too, is when this eventually gets to voters, they're going to say, well, this must be great. They're boosting ethics. And from what you just described to me, Chris, it's that old thing, and you heard this in your time in the legislature. Well, 2 things you don't want to see being made: laws and sausage. I mean, it sounds like we have the the mushing together of all the ingredients of the sausage, the ingredients rather, and it looks tasty when it comes off the grill, but what's inside?
Exactly right, Paul. And frankly, if the changes aren't made and the ethics commission is weakened, we already have an ethics commission in Bridgeport that frankly has been ineffective.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the power. The city attorney's office advises that panel. There's decisions that have been dragged on, opinions been dragged on. If there aren't the changes made and the ethics commission isn't as strong as it can be, I, for one, will publicly state that the voters not support it.
No.
Because all it would be is a joke. It's very much like the state law now that you see, where you have to put surveillance cameras wherever the absentee ballot drop boxes are, right? And so now the people of the state in the towns are going to spend more money to put these things up, have to monitor it. And let me tell you, Paul, most people who have used those boxes aren't going to use them again.
No.
If they're out robbing the absentee ballot process, they're not going to use it. What they'll do is they'll go to the Postal Service mailbox.
Yeah.
They'll drop them in, and life will go on, or they'll find another way.
Or Chris, if they do use the boxes, they just may say, blank you, and they'll have, they'll wear hoodies, they'll have sunglasses on, so they'll disguise themselves, and you couldn't use that for evidence anyway.
No, exactly right, Paul. And now the state's going to have a monitor again for Bridgeport, right? It's like $150,000 we're blowing away for nothing. And the monitor really has very limited ability because they don't have staff out in the field monitoring the absentee ballot process, going door to door. They don't have that stuff.
Yeah.
So again, it looks good, it sounds good, but it does nothing. And the root problem is that, we need to stop the proliferation, if you will, of the applications themselves.
Sure. It's ridiculous.
We can't allow a candidate to go out with 300 applications for absentee ballots, because that's where the problem is.
Yeah, the only thing, Chris, we can hope is and it looks like, they're not backing off here. The State Elections Commission, the federal investigators, the FBI, the state police, they have got to, just damn the torpedoes and bully ahead with this. And wherever the pieces end up, Chris, and even if it's people who didn't realize they were doing, it's got to get all out there. So it really is incumbent on the state, on the prosecutors, on the feds, whatever, to not get caught up. And I don't think they will. The heck with what the establishment wants here. The right stuff has got to be done here. It just has to.
Agreed, Paul. And I think it will be. I think you see this investigation is pretty extensive. I think there's going to be more people indicted as we go along. And I think it's just too big of an issue for the state or anyone else to try to sweep it under the rug. I just think something has to be done because defrauding the people of voting in an election is serious stuff. So I really think you're going to see something come out of this. And my hope is that, those who violated the law serve some jail time. So the consequences are stiff,
Yeah.
I think it has to be.
As we say, fear is life's greatest motivator. Chris, thank you. Former Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso, Bridgeport. Chris, have a happy weekend, and we'll talk next week. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Paul.
I appreciate it. All right, there you go. Yeah, this whole absentee ballot thing. Look, Look, as passionate as Chris and I are about this, I'm not saying get rid of absentee ballots. No, they have their place. They do. Now, you'll still not convince me, and this is me talking, not Chris, not anybody else here at the radio station, moi, not Melissa, although I am saying it on her show. You are not going to convince me that, as was reported by the Connecticut Mirror, not me, I'm not making this up, you're not going to convince me that at least in one of the primaries we had last year in Bridgeport, that we needed 1 in 4 voters in this city to vote absentee. 23% is ridiculous. You look at the other cities and towns in the state. I think number 2 was Hartford at 12 or 11%. Come on, stop this. And if you're going to, and again, keep using absentees, but let's make the process a believable process. And if you think this is bad now, you just wait till we go with no-fault absentees statewide, which will essentially be mail-in voting. Are we going to have any additional security steps like they do in other states? Other states have extensive mail-in voting with absentees, but they go through a very serious, rational, open process here. Signature verifications. Who can get an absentee? Who can get the application? How many applications can that person get? Other states take it seriously. Will we? Or are we just going to look the other way? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Willowbrook Cross Parkway shut down from North Haven heading into Hamden. Police activity is the reason. It's a turnpike southbound from Bridgeport to Fairfield heavy, all through Stamford too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. If you have the day off, certainly get outside. We have got an absolutely beautiful morning right now. Our dew point down to 58 degrees in Bridgeport. We have a generous breeze out of the northeast ushering in that less humid air. And we begin on a warm note. We have readings in the 70s statewide. Right now it is 76 in Bridgeport, 77 in Greenwich by the gateway to New England, 75 in Danbury, and 74 along Route 8 in Shelton. We'll be in the 80s later this afternoon, mid to upper 80s under a lot of sun. Just a great day. Humidity is on the way out. And with that dew point in the upper 50s, what a difference a day makes. Yesterday we had dew points in the low to mid 70s, very humid. That humidity is now gone. Tonight, generally fair, upper 60s to near 70. It will be a mild night. Saturday, a day not unlike today, although it will get more humid with that wind shifting tomorrow out of the northeast to the southeast. So we'll be in the lower to mid 80s. Sunday, hot and humid. humid, under a lot of the sun. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm in the afternoon, but much, if not the entire day, will be dry. And then we have a front moving on by late Sunday into Sunday night. And behind that, boy, we've got a great week next week. If you have the week off, I envy you. Monday, sunny, nice, humidity out the window, upper 70s the high. Tuesday, sunny, dry, upper 70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunny with a high at or near 80. It'll be a great week weather-wise. Right now, boy, step outside. It is beautiful. We have a little bit of a breeze out of the northwest, ushering in that drier air. Readings right now in the mid-70s, but the dew point down to 58 degrees in Bridgeport. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Connecticut is a state full of natural beauty. Why not enjoy it from a boat? Get your official Connecticut Boater's Certificate with Connecticut Boating Certificates virtual classes. Connecticut Boating Certificates is offering live online classes on Saturdays as a one-day class or 2 evening classes during the week. Online registration takes about 2 minutes. Visit ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com and take advantage of these limited live online classes today. That's ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Live, local, and free. Wherever and however you listen, it's Melissa in the Morning on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, open phones. If you want to jump in here, talk or text, it's always the same number, 203-333 9422 333 WICC. Talk or text. Paul in for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program, and could see a nice few days. Paul Pioric says sunny, breezy, warm, dry. Oh, man. That humidity last night. I was out doing some errands before I went home and went nanny-na, and, man, it got worse as the day went on yesterday. But I guess the cooler air moving in overnight. But just to emphasize once again how important the next few years are for election integrity in the state. Now, I know people say, well, you know, ballot for absentee ballot fraud, it is a relatively infrequent occurrence in the state, and that's good. It is. Most people, the vast majority of people in this state, in Bridgeport, in Hartford, in New Haven, in Waterbury, in Danbury, Fairfield, New Haven counties, Litchfield, New London, all the great 8 counties of the state here in Connecticut, people are generally honest. But again, there are some people, and I'm not saying this, we've seen this through these investigations like crazy over the past few years. There are people that know how to, and frankly, probably have it down to an art at how to game and manipulate the absentee ballot system. Now, if that happens, and again, innocent till proven guilty. I get it. I understand that. You can't believe everything you read. You have to take everything with a grain of salt. But again, the state police, the feds, the State Elections Enforcement Commission, I hope they're going to do their job, thoroughly. But the bottom line is, in wherever it happens, the ballot funny business is going to continue until you make it as dangerous as possible to do that. And again, I'm not just talking about Bridgeport or some other places down county where it's happened or whatever, but this is going to be a measure, a gut check for those who govern us, from whomever the governor may be after the election next year on down. Remember, there was a ballot measure that passed last election cycle that started the process of no excuse absentee ballots. And why we had to go on and do that, I have no idea. Why we went to these, excuse me, this is my opinion here, I'm speaking as a guest host here, we went to these idiotic and dumb ballot collection boxes. We used a couple of years of COVID to fundamentally change a process that was fine in Connecticut for a couple of 100 years. So now, as Chris said, it's a joke to think that, putting cameras above these ballot collection boxes is going to solve anything. We saw the Bridgeport situation kicking off and going worldwide and nationwide, thankfully, because, well, there was video there. So the fact that we're going to add more cameras is going to solve what, actually? Tell me. What's that going to solve? And the worst part of it is, if you look into this, you find that the Secretary of the State's office, Stephanie Thomas, who's been on this program with Melissa and other parts of the radio station, there's a disconnect between the General Assembly, who told her to do this, and the funding, and the local municipalities who are saying, well, we're still trying to figure out how to do this. No guidance from lawmakers, just telling the Secretary of the State's office, you figure it out. Why do we allow this? Why do we sit back and allow this scattershot Keystone Cops thing to run in a state that we always hear has some really smart people? There, I feel better. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
One lane is open now. Left lane, southbound Wilbur-Cross Parkway, coming into Hamden. Police activity, the problem there. On the Connecticut Turnpike southbound, slow in Bridgeport and heavy in through Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ready for a confident new smile? At Downtown Dental, get Invisalign or veneers with the best quality at the lowest price. Missing teeth from decay or an injury? Fix your smile fast with dental implants for just $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day.
I'm so glad I went to Downtown Dental for my implants. My teeth look amazing, and it was painless and affordable.
I smile with confidence because of Downtown Dental.
Offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental. DowntownDentalCT.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. but it's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Correspondent Nancy Cordes tells us President Trump is trying to manage expectations for his meeting on Ukraine today with Russian President Putin.
He also said that if things don't go well, then he's not doing a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He'll just do a press conference by himself after the meetings and head home and wash his hands of it.
The Trump administration wants a man who tossed a Subway sandwich at a federal officer in Washington to be prosecuted. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for Washington and D.C., said in a video announcing the arrest that her office is going to, quote, back the police to a hilt, so there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a November 4th special election to approve new congressional district maps to gain 5 Democratic seats, countering the 5 being created in Texas.
We are about to give power back to the people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathered outside Stamford Superior Court yesterday to criticize immigration agents, saying they are causing widespread fear and breaking apart families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump administration's recent crackdown. Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of the advocates. She told NBC that there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now and even to leave their homes.
People who have witnessed people just being grabbed and taken, people afraid to come to court, people who are just scared.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. The family of a pastor who was struck and killed by a Stamford police officer's cruiser is suing the city. Loved ones of Reverend Tommy Jackson filed the suit in State Superior Court yesterday. In the litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood was later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. That criminal case is still pending. The city of Bridgeport is launching a new Walk of Honor program. The initiative is meant to pay tribute to residents from the community who have experienced notable achievements. The Walk of Honor will feature commemorative plaques that will be put on display at City Hall. An unveiling ceremony will be scheduled at a later date. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy. That's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, you're sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at just $65 a month, 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Police activity southbound Wilbur Cross Parkway heading out of North Haven into Hamden. One lane is open. It's the left lane. Right lane is shut down with police activity. Pretty good ride on the parkway so far the rest of the way. And we're stop and go in Bridgeport and in Stamford on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms Commercial Security Systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation.
Save us in your presets on AM and FM, and you'll never miss a moment. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, how are you? Good morning, good morning, good morning. 8:38:22 before the top of the hour. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Paul Pacelli in for Melissa. I have had this gentleman on my afternoon show before to talk about engineering matters because that's his background. He is an associate professor of civil engineering at Quinnipiac, but he also teaches a course on Taylor Swift, analyzing her impact both monetarily and also in the entertainment world. And, of course, the story that there's going to be a new Taylor Swift album, which will now resonate for weeks and weeks and affect entertainment venues all over the world, is in the news. Dr. Ari Perez joins us back on the radio station. Ari, hi, it's Paul. Good afternoon. Good morning, I should say. How are you?
I'm doing great, Paul. Thank you so much for having me again, and I really look forward to talk about Taylor this time.
Yeah, can I ask you something, Ari? And I was musing this the other day on the air here while filling in for Melissa. Is she, in your minds, and in the minds of students that take your course, is she the top entertainer on the planet right now? I mean, is she up there in influence, Ari, with Muhammad Ali in his heyday, Michael Jackson in his heyday, granted without social media back then, but where does she stand right now?
Oh, thank you so much. I think that's a wonderful question. So I'm going to give you my answer because I think the students that take my class are actually a really interesting mix. You know, I have everybody from the hardcore Swifties to what I would term the Swiftie curious people. They like her music. They're not like super fans of her, but they want to learn more, and some of them end up becoming. To like the Swift skeptics who sometimes take the class and be like, what's all this hubbub about? I got to know. For me, I really do think she's achieved that level of artist and that level of fame and really that level of importance in our society. I think finding a straight one-to-one comparison for Taylor Swift is difficult.
Yeah.
Because she has achieved success in so many areas. You know, I was talking to somebody. It's a little bit difficult comparing her, at least in the musical genre, because she has so many characteristics with like huge artists like Bob Dylan and Billy Joel. You know, you can think of like, I was talking to my wife about this. If you pick the 50 greatest hits by Billy Joel,
yeah,
there are so many songs there that are like in the culture. Now you can hear Vienna right now on the radio. You can hear, you know, We Didn't Start the Fire, and the hits just keep coming. And Taylor Swift is a little bit like that. She has so many hits, but she has this huge critical acclaim, right? Like 4 album of the year wins. Something that nobody's ever done before. The only thing I can even think of is Stevie Wonder in the early 70s, where he's just racking them up. But, you know, Billy Joel doesn't have that. And if you think of kind of like the writing piece, how much her writing is studied and admired, that really reminds me of Bob Dylan. But he didn't have success on the Billboard charts in the same way. And so it is really difficult to find, I think, a figure that crystallizes and kind of combines all of those aspects. And I think you're right. I think we have to get out maybe sometimes of the musical sphere and think of Muhammad Ali, somebody else that had impact not just on boxing, but sport in general, and celebrity culture, and fashion, and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, and Ari, the thing too is set aside the cultural stuff. You look at the sheer money. I mean, that last tour she was on. I mean, people say, "Oh yeah, the Rolling Stones make all this money when they go out," and you have the Oasis tour right now, which is going great guns. But my God, that tour was what, multi-billion dollars? You had economists comparing that tour, Ari, to like the gross national product of small countries. I mean, it was amazing.
Yes, sir. I might be wrong on the number, but I think by the end, the Eras tour grossed more than the GDP of something like 4 dozen countries. It was an insane amount of money. And, you know, on Wednesday, she was on the Kelsey's Brother podcast, and she drew a very straight line from, y'all helped me make all this money in Eras, and that's how I got my records back. She paid $400 million for those things. So, you know, there's a lot of money floating around. And that's not even talking about the monetary economic impact that it had on the host cities. Because Taylor Swift was making all this money, but think of the restaurants, the airlines,
hotels.
The hotels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually read that Taylor Swift series of shows in Paris brought more money to Paris than the Olympics, which is an insane stat.
Wow. What is it, Ari, about her music? And I consider myself kind of a musicologist. I've been in I've been in radio for 40-something years. You know, I like a wide array of music, everything from old blues and big band up to some of the new stuff. And I listen to her, and, you know, those of us in radio, she was termed a multi-platform artist, meaning, you know, she'd get play on country stations, on pop stations, on top 40 stations. Is that part of her appeal, that she just cuts such a wide swath for a lot of people?
I think so. You know, I think going back to kind of my Billy Joel analogy, it is really interesting to see how they can be musical chameleons. You know, one of the things that makes Billy Joel so successful is that he's able to like really capitalize on the zeitgeist of what music is going on at the same as going on at that time.
Yeah.
And so he has all these hits over this long career, and you can really, you know, we didn't talk about it in this way at that time, but you can kind of pinpoint the era. If you listen to enough Billy Joel, you can hear a song that you've never heard before and say, oh man, this sounds like early 80s. You know, this is like Glass Houses, or this is Strangers. And I think that's really important for Taylor, that she has something for everybody. But, you know, going back to the writing piece, I just think that that's really the key to her success. And this is not an original thought. Taylor herself has talked so much about it, but the way that she really writes and crafts these songs, it amazes me how many people in such different spots of life can really listen to a Taylor Swift song and say, oh my gosh, this is about me. I mean, you know, not to get too far, I am a 40-year-old man who grew up outside of the United States. I grew up in Honduras.
Yeah.
And half the Taylor Swift songs, who is, you know, a 36-year-old woman who grew up in Pennsylvania and Tennessee, very different upbringings, I feel like she could have written them about me. The first time I ever heard Fearless, my favorite album, it just really sounded like somebody had read my soul and written a bunch of songs and was singing it back to me, which is a weird experience.
Do you hear that, say, Ari, from the young women at Quinnipiac or who take your course? Do they tell you, do they talk about it, say, yeah, she's talking to me or about me, she may be a gazillionaire, I'm a college student, but I can lock in and identify with that? Do you hear that a lot in your class?
Yes, sir. That is probably one of the biggest things I hear, like, how all of us, and it's, you know, not just the same songs over and over. You listen to something like I Can Do It With a Broken Heart, everybody can really relate to that song.
Yeah.
But everybody has a couple of songs that are a little bit deeper cuts that just really resonate. For me, it's The Story of Us. Like I had an evening that is so perfectly described by that song that if the song hadn't come out first before I lived that evening, you could not get me off the hill that Taylor Swift was there writing about my life. That is just because it's physically impossible. It's the only reason why I'm not believing that.
Dr. Ari Perez, professor of civil engineering at Quinnipiac, also teaches a course on Taylor Swift, talking about her impact and the new album coming out in a few weeks. Ari, good to have you back on. We'll chat down the road. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Ari. Dr. Ari Perez. He's actually a civil engineering professor at Quinnipiac, and I've had him on a few times when there's been stuff in the news regarding bridges and buildings and stuff like that, but also a self-proclaimed Swiftie teaches a course at Quinnipiac about that new record coming out. So again, if you're a Swiftie or you have grandsons, granddaughters, sons, daughters, it's called The Life of a Showgirl. And it comes out October 3rd. All right? Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
A little bit of delay now in Stratford around exit 32. Southbound on the Turnpike, slow in Bridgeport. 9 to 7 in Stamford. It's a busy ride. Parkway looks great at this moment. Looks like that earlier problem we had southbound on the Wilbur Cross from North Haven into Hamden has been cleared. It was closed for a while, down to one lane. Now it looks okay. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, and that it is. We've got a delightful morning right now with that dew point on the way down. We have a dew point of 58 degrees in Bridgeport. Yesterday it was in the mid-70s, very humid, but behind that front that gave us no rain, believe it or not, again in Bridgeport. We now have that drier air building in out of the north and northwest. A gusty breeze right now out of the north, but the good news, again, it is dry. We have readings in the 70s, 78 in Bridgeport, 79 in Stamford. Inland, we have readings low to mid-70s. It is 73 in Danbury, 75 in Wilton right along Route 7, and 76 in Easton at the Bluebird. Now, there will be a lot of sun. Our barometer way up there on the rise, 30.11. So it will be a sunny, very warm day and less humid with a high in the mid to upper 80s and the breeze shifting late in the day out of the south. Partly cloudy overnight, upper 60s to near 70. It will be a mild night. Tomorrow, sunny and very warm. We'll have a high in the low to mid-80s during the afternoon, but it will be more humid with a breeze shifting out of the south during the afternoon. Sunday, maybe a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon, but it will be the hottest day of the next 3. Very warm, humid with a high near 90 under a fair amount of sun. A front will go by Sunday night, and behind that, that will pave the way for a great week weather-wise beginning on Monday. Monday, sunny and less humid, only in the upper 70s for the high. What a difference. Tuesday, sunny, dry, upper 70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 70s. You get the idea. Great week on the way. Thursday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. Boy, do we need the rain, but if you've got the week off next week, I envy you. You've got a great one. Right now, we have readings in the upper 70s. Our dew point is on the way down. 58 degrees, the dew point right now in Bridgeport. What a difference a day makes. Have a great Friday. Enjoy your weekend. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
The WICC 600 Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth's 18 and under prize provided by the Bridgeport Harbor Marina. Visit bluefishtournament.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the Morning.
Hey, it's Paul in for Melissa on the aforementioned award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just to wrap up on the Taylor Swift segment here we did with Dr. Ari Perez, I looked up on the break there. You know, she had that big Eras tour that was all over the place and incredible staging. Just in the U.S. alone. Now, she toured the world. The tour wrapped up about a year ago, 9-10 months, about a year ago. Just in the U.S. alone. Not counting the other worldwide dates. She did a bunch of other European and I think South American dates and stuff in Canada. Now, think about it. This is one person. Doesn't have to be Taylor Swift or whatever, but one person singing. Writing songs, singing. And no matter who we like as artists, right? There's the artists we like make a connection with us on two levels. The lyrics of a song and what the song sounds like. There's research to show that the reason one of us may like artist B and one of us may hate artist B is because of the sonic impact, actual sounds, physical sounds, tones, volume, whatever, that impacts us individually as humans, as in our brain chemistry. So you have the sound of the music and also the lyrics. So here is Taylor Swift, who has hit a niche as many other artists do. So just the economic impact of her last tour in the U.S., over $5 billion. Think about that. $5 billion. And that's great. Listen, it helps. As Dr. Perez said, it helps hotels, airlines. I knew people who went to see her and took their daughters and sons or whatever overseas and domestically. So good on that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, sometimes on the breaks here, I'm looking up stuff online. And of course, you know, we have a TV monitor here in the studio. Now, of course, the monitor stays down. You don't hear what, I can check in on, but I'm watching it. And I didn't need any I didn't need any audio in my headsets to push me to ask this question. I'm looking up, and of course now a lot of the morning television has a distinctive appeal to a lot of female listeners of all ages, probably from 18 on up to 75 or 80, because advertisers want to push products. So I'm have one of the local channels on, and there was a commercial for underarm deodorant. Okay, and it was one of the brand names. I think it was Secret, actually. Geared toward women, biological women. Thank you. And they were showing how, I guess, this one actress portraying the woman in this commercial who used Secret, and she was not sweating under her arms. Okay. And then they juxtaposed that with somebody standing next to her who apparently did not use any deodorant at all, or antiperspirant, I should say. I guess it's the antiperspirant and not the deodorant, although they're combined. I get it. And who didn't use any at all, and there was a sweat stain there. Okay. I'm sitting there going, well, yeah, I can see that if you're at work or you're at a formal event, you're dressed nice. You don't want to sweat through your blouse, your jacket, whatever. I got you. No argument there. But then there's a different shot there, and I look up. It's the same commercial, and they're celebrating this person not sweating, and the other person sweating, pointing out that, hey, use our stuff and you won't sweat. And the scenario was, you ready for this? Was it an office? No. Was it a big board meeting? No. Was it somebody's wedding? No. This was in a kickboxing class at a gym. Now, I don't fancy myself as some big advertising executive or social scientist. But if you, and I mean, these women had the boxing gloves on, which is good, and they're kickboxing. It's like you see in a UFC fight. It's kickboxing. They used to call it kickboxing. Now it's mixed martial arts and it's ultimate fighting. Yeah, whatever. New and improved. And they're showing women, which is fine. I'm all for self-defense here. Kickboxing in this commercial. Okay, now I have just a question here. If you are in a gym punching a speed bag, or not speed bag, a body bag, and you're kickboxing, and you're doing that for any length of time, are you concerned with the fact that you're going to sweat? What if, again, I get it if you're at a wedding or a bar mitzvah or a corporate event, or you're sitting down with the boss and the CFO and the CEO. You don't want to be schwitzing through the blouse or the jacket. I get it. I understand. But and it must work. These commercials are very expensive to buy and very expensive to produce, I guess. But I don't know, ladies, you tell me. Maybe do you work out? Are you, honestly, are you concerned that in a gym where you're kickboxing something or someone or visualizing that you're kickboxing someone, are you worried about sweating? Like, aren't you supposed to sweat doing that? Just a thought from your dopey fill-in host. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Stop and go volume through Stratford on the Turnpike southbound looks like 32, and then in through Bridgeport too. Seeing a slow go 26 to the Fairfield Rest. Heavy volume in Stanford Parkway looks great. Route 8 too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
When I was younger, I may have did some stupid things, even committed some crimes, but I am not a criminal.
I work for youth advocate programs. Yeah, I was Tamani's advocate, helping him stay out of jail, stay in the neighborhood, and get a job.
As a little kid, I experienced trauma and I acted out. Made some mistakes, but I'm not a mistake.
As Jalen's YAP advocate, I'm always here for her.
YAP is a community-based alternative to youth incarceration and neighborhood violence. Youth advocate programs. Learn how at yapinc.org.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Air Force One is taken off from Joint Base Andrews for Alaska, carrying President Trump to today's summit with Vladimir Putin on winding down the war in Ukraine. Mr. Trump's just told reporters on board.
We get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it.
Correspondent Nancy Cortez is in Anchorage.
If things go well today, President Trump is expected to appear at a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin once the summit wraps up. And then he says he would arrange a second meeting right away that involves Russia and Ukraine. Perhaps even, he said, here in Alaska.
No matter the outcome, CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd believes
it is a big win for Vladimir Putin to be meeting with the U.S. president on U.S. soil to discuss the contours of a deal to end the war in Ukraine without the Ukrainians present and without the Europeans present.
Breaking news from Washington. D.C.'s Attorney General has just filed a lawsuit challenging President Trump's takeover of the District Police Department. CBS's Scott McFarlane.
In a late-night action, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered the D.C. Police Chief and the D.C. Mayor to accept Trump-appointed Drug Enforcement Administration head Terry Cole as the new Emergency Police Commissioner. What's more, she ordered D.C. to more fully cooperate with federal immigration authorities.
California Republicans like Congressman Kevin Kiley are pushing back after Governor Newsom announced his bid to hold a special election in November on redrawn congressional maps that would add 5 Democratic lawmakers.
We see this sort of escalating redistricting war continue to cascade across the country. I think it's going to be total chaos. District lines are going to be shifting. It's going to create great instability.
Newsom's out to offset Texas bid to add 5 Republicans. The president's tariffs didn't stop Americans from spending on cars in July. Auto sales rose 1.6%. The Commerce Department says overall retail sales were up 0.5%. That is a slowdown from a revised 0.9 the month before, but the increases follow 2 consecutive months of declines. Tropical storm Erin is getting closer to hurricane status as it churns through the Caribbean. Meteorologist Kate Bilo.
This storm is strengthening rapidly already and expected to go from tropical storm this morning to likely a major Category 3 hurricane by the time we get to Sunday morning.
The outer bands could affect Puerto Rico. Dow futures up 262. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are John, sponsored by the folks at Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. Of course, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, check them out. Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
All clear southbound Wilbur Cross Parkway, Hamden. Earlier police activity is gone. Southbound on the Turnpike, it's slow in Stratford and Bridgeport and Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
This is where Bridgeport starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and there are new tax laws here. Yes, you heard about it if you've been following the news. The One Big Beautiful Act passed by Congress, signed by the White House, a huge bill bundling together a lot of tax changes, updates to retirement accounts, and incentive programs as well. The goal, according to lawmakers, to streamline the tax code, giving Americans, especially those nearing or in retirement, more flexibility and savings opportunities. However, it's a big bill. There's a lot of stuff in there. What does it entail? We're joined, of course, as we are on Financial Fridays on the Melissa in the Morning program here, by Bill Levitt, president and founder of Bridgelight Financial Advisors, to talk about this. And I'm sure Bill and his crew have poured through this. Bill, good morning, sir. It's Paul. How are you?
Good morning, Paul.
Bill, this is a big bill, and there are a lot of areas here that we need to check off and go over. So great to have you with us. First of all, Bill, the major retirement-related provisions here. What is in this bill that some of your clients and our listeners need to know about?
Well, first, the very important thing is that they extended the tax brackets. Mm-hmm. All the tax brackets, most of the tax brackets, were set to expire at the end of 2025. So that extension has now been significantly a good thing for Americans because they're not going to see that kind of tax increase. Mm-hmm. They also extended and increased the standard deduction that Americans can take. And so for those who are over 65 and in retirement, they also gave a bonus deduction of $6,000 per person if they're under a certain amount of income. So there's a lot of good things from that perspective inside this bill.
Also, though, there are some time-sensitive issues. You know, you mentioned the one extension, Bill, of the previous tax cuts, but some of the new provisions, right? Do I understand there are time limits on those, too?
Well, that's the other side of this bill. And some of these things that are in here are not. They're not permanent, and they're set to end or sunset in 2028 and 29. So everyone has to understand this is an important time to reevaluate their tax situation, regardless of what stage of life that they're in, so they better understand how this is going to impact them and how those changes are going to be in the next few years.
Okay, so the potential benefits, Bill, here, number one, you mentioned one of these, but I guess lower taxes for most seniors, right?
Yes, and those additional deductions that they're adding into there are coming right off of the senior's tax return. And so, they tried to pass legislation to eliminate tax on Social Security, so if we can talk about that for a second.
Yeah, sure.
But they couldn't pass that. Because it was going to add too much debt to in the future. Mm-hmm. So they gave this bonus deduction that what we just described, the $6,000 per person, and so that's great because it significantly reduces down for many people the amount of taxable income they're going to have. But it's only until 2028. Mm-hmm. So therein lies, Paul, the other side of this equation.
Absolutely. Okay. And by the way, Bill Levitt is the guest. So considerations now and cautions here, because, we mentioned the good stuff here, but what's the stuff, as you mentioned, that people have to look at, maybe reevaluate, or maybe change?
Well, I think some things in there that everybody should be looking at their current situation, either getting with their accountant or a financial advisor, to determine where they can get the benefits out of this current tax bill, and how long they're going to last. And so one of the messages we're sending is that there's a lot of potential good tax planning that people can do to prepare for a better tax future, especially when it comes to their retirement savings, how they're saving, and we're always a big proponent of trying to have a tax. As much of a tax-free retirement as possible. Mm-hmm. So, most people know how to accumulate, they know how to grow money, but it's the backside of the retirement phase of life that many people don't understand the real impact of taxation on them. And that's at a time when you're not getting a paycheck, right, Paul? So you have to reduce down as much of the taxes as you can to better position yourself for the future.
And I do see here, Bill, and I did hear about these things and read about these things previously, there are changes to key areas of the people that you may just mention, 401k, for example, and also tax breaks on certain types of income, correct?
Yeah, so the limits on 401ks are pretty stable. They're obviously going to increase as time goes by for the cost of living. Mm-hmm. So if one has the opportunity to put money away in a 401k, they should. But they should also make sure that they are looking at the 401k with employers to see if they can put money into the tax-free side, which is basically a Roth 401k. So distributions from that 401k in the future are going to be tax-free to them. And so these are things that if you have an employer, you have a defined plan like that your contribution plan that you should be looking at.
And I also see here, Bill, things that I heard about, including kids' savings account and my smaller stuff like auto loan interest. This is a huge bill, isn't it?
Well, it is a giant bill, and so there are some things in there. I think some of that is a little bit of fluff.
Mm-hmm.
They're setting it up so if parents have a child born through a certain period of time, the government's going to put $1,000 in an account for them, But the auto loan interest deduction, I think, is pretty good. It's only to 2028. And one can deduct up to $10,000 in interest on a new car loan. Mm-hmm. Of course, that car must be built in the United States. Mm-hmm. So it's nice for people who are going to buy cars over the next couple of years if you buy the right car. Yeah. And again, that expires in 28 too. So it's it's nice for certain people. But some of it, I think, is just a little bit of fluff in the bill.
A little frosting on the cake, yeah. And Bill, finally, you talked about the contributions and limits on taxes. Obviously, there I would think there are some investment changes as well, and taxes and returns and capital gains and stuff connected to that. Correct?
Well, they didn't really change the tax on capital gains.
Okay.
It's still relatively low.
Yeah.
The limit on capital gains, is actually pretty good. It's 15% up to a certain amount. Mm-hmm. Above that, it's 20%. So they didn't change that. I think that's important too because investors want to grow money and not significantly be taxed on it, so they can reinvest it back again. And that reinvestment happens for individuals and corporations. And so there wasn't a big change in that part.
All right. Bill Levitt, president and founder of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. Now, Bill, of course, if people are hearing this and saying, hey, I had no idea there was this stuff in there, or, yeah, I kind of heard about this, I have to talk with somebody, a professional like yourselves. Bill, if people want to get in contact with you or your staff at Bridge Light, what do they do?
Well, they can just go up to our website at bridgelightadvisors.com and connect with us.
All right, bridgelightadvisors.com. Bill Levitt, president and founder of Bridge Light Financial Advisors. Financial Fridays here a couple of times a month on WICC, the Melissa in the Morning program. Hey, Bill, great to speak with you. Take care, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take it easy, Bill. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right. There you go. Lots of stuff, lots of changes. Especially with 401ks, expanded senior deductions. Yeah, what they tried, that was interesting because I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there. They tried to completely eliminate the tax on Social Security, which, again, on one hand of it, you say, well, there's more income for seniors and people collecting Social Security to put back in the system, but again, they were worried a little too much about the red ink that would cause. That's an amazing thing about government. Hey, we're going to cause red ink by not taking people's money from them. Well, I have an idea. Why don't you cut spending? Hey, can't do that, can we? Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays on the Turnpike southbound Stratford 33 to 30. Got a few miles of a backup through that area. Then it's slow in Bridgeport and heavy volume in Stamford. Northbound delays just starting to creep in through Greenwich. Parkway looks great. So does Route 8 so far. So good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound. and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks are moving mostly higher this morning, especially the Dow, as United Healthcare jumps 12% on word that Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has taken a stake in the company. We also see Intel up 3% in pre-market action. The government talking about taking a stake in Intel, something to be highly unusual, but is moving the stock this morning. We have Dow futures trading up, S&P futures trading higher, while the NASDAQ is pulling back. Europe up across the board. China up despite reporting weaker than expected economic growth. The market was still up about 0.8%. 10-year note yield holding steady at 4.29%. The dollar giving back some of yesterday's gains. Oil slipping 32 cents to $63.65 a barrel. Gold down almost $24 to $33.84 the ounce. No meaningful economic data out today. Eyes will be on Alaska as Presidents Trump and Putin meet to talk about Ukraine and possible economic alliances between the U.S. and Russia. We'll wait to see details after that bilateral meeting takes place later today.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Keep listening all day while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. Melissa in the Morning, now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And thanks once again to Bill Levitt for joining us, president and founder of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. All right. Financial Fridays, twice a month right here on the world-famous, you know what you love it, award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. Interesting thought here. And we talked about this. We've been talking about this, and this made news. I touched on this on the afternoon show. The fact that the Bridgeport school system, because of the budgetary constraints, and the red ink here is trying to save money, and they want to, I don't know whether you heard about this, but there is a move to adjust the boundaries between where students can be bused and can't be bused. So, in other words, to save $4.6 million, the Bridgeport school system says it has to essentially change the boundary by about a half a mile of the cutoff point as to where you deserve to get a bus or qualify for busing, and you're too close. So they want to move that back about a half a mile to save bus hours, fuel, bus stops, and whatever. So I guess the calculation between Bridgeport and whomever the school bus contractor is, I don't think Bridgeport runs the buses themselves, but I could be wrong. Basically, $4.6 million to be saved by moving the bus boundary or the boundary line back a half a mile. That would affect 600 high schoolers and 1,700 elementary students. So it's a lot. It's 2,300 students that were previously eligible for a bus contracted by the Bridgeport school system now wouldn't be able to get that. So this is interesting, and I was wondering this because, see, I'm an idea guy. But Richard Chumney's story from yesterday in the Connecticut Post, Hearst, Bridgeport's considering public bus passes after cutting school buses for 2,400 students. And I was wondering, I said to myself, well, if they can do that for way less than $4.6 million, just buy the bus passes. Interim School Superintendent Roy Savory said the district is thinking about making Greater Bridgeport Transit passes available for students who won't have access to free daily busing for school, and that starts pretty soon, later on this month. Avery saying the potential partnership is among several initiatives the district is working to implement to help support the students, including a walking school bus program and reinforced security measures. All right. Interesting. Now, the school board voted in April to increase the distance some students have to walk to school by a half a mile. And that's amazing. That half-mile distance or reduction can save almost $5 million. Now, the problem is, you may say, well, geez, when I was in school, we walked through blizzards. Well, okay, maybe you did. But a half a mile isn't a long way when you look at it, but think about 2,300 more students being on the streets, on the sidewalks. You need more police protection. What about the crossing guard thing? So, again, they have to figure out how to get some busing for 600 high school students and 1,700 elderly folk. There you go. Before we go to the news and traffic and weather together, let's talk to Andy from Essex. Andy, good morning, sir. How are you?
Hi, buddy. I promised I'd call you during the morning.
Yeah, you did.
And I'm going to forgive you for abandoning us in the afternoon.
Well, what can I do? Andy, there's only so much of me to go around. That's it.
Well, we need to clone you. And Lisa, I always complain to Lisa, her show's way too short. But anyhow,
yes.
Well, I hear all the potential complications, but I really don't think it's a bad thing for kids to be walking more.
Somebody.
When we were kids, I know it was less dangerous then. We walked to the park to play baseball. We crossed streams, took our shoes and socks off.
Yeah.
Kids today, they're just not healthy.
You know what?
They don't play ball outside.
Well, here's the thing, Andy. I think you're right, and we talked about that. And, Andy, thank you for the call, my friend. I do have to run. Good to hear from you this morning, though. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we talked about this on the afternoon show last week. Yeah, the half a mile of more exercise, probably pretty good. I think, and Andy, thank you, this is a safety thing. They're worried now about another 23. Now, they're not all going to be walking. There will be moms and dads and carpools and everything. We get it. And, another half a mile of walking with the way kids sit around tubes today and glom on their phones and eat lousy stuff. Well, then again, Pixie Sticks weren't that great when I was growing up. But having said that, I think it's a safety thing. I do. But it's interesting. You may say, and not necessarily pointing this to Andy, because I said it last week too, a half a mile doesn't sound like a lot. It's basically 2 laps on a high school or college running track. That's a quarter-mile track. That's 400 meters. So you're saying 2 laps here. But believe it or not, if these kids, these 2,300 kids, have to walk, it would be among the longest walks for kids who cannot get buses from a municipal school system in the entire country. Figure that. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow on the Turnpike southbound of Bridgeport and Stamford. We're in great shape on the Parkway at this moment, and some delays into Shelton. Commodore Holt Bridge work zone. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Correspondent Nancy Cordes tells us President Trump is trying to manage expectations for his meeting on Ukraine today with Russian President Putin.
He also said that if things don't go well, then he's not doing a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He'll just do a press conference by himself after the meetings and head home and wash his hands of it.
The Trump administration wants a man who tossed a Subway sandwich at a federal officer in Washington to be prosecuted. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for Washington and D.C., said in a video announcing the arrest that her office is going to, quote, back the police to a hilt, so there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a November 4th special election to approve new congressional district maps to gain 5 Democratic seats, countering the 5 being created in Texas.
We are about to give power back to the people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Concerned community members are speaking out following reported ICE detainments in Lower Fairfield County. Some local advocates gathered outside Stamford Superior Court yesterday to criticize immigration agents, saying they are causing widespread fear and breaking apart families. The group is calling on local and state government leaders to do more to protect immigrants from the Trump administration's recent crackdown. Reverend Terry Dennehy, a Stamford church leader, is one of the advocates. She told NBC that there are people in the community who are afraid to go to court right now and even to leave their homes.
People who have witnessed people just being grabbed and taken, people afraid to come to court, people who are just scared.
As families are getting ready to send their children back to school, the FDA is considering pulling its authorization for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5 years old. The COVID vaccine is a suggested but not required vaccine for Connecticut children to attend school, and some state health officials are questioning this decision. Dr. Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare remains a staunch advocate for vaccination.
In the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. We know that newborns born to vaccinated women are better protected, and it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect because natural infection only provides a short period of protection.
Dr. Thomas Murray from Yale warned Channel 3 that any unvaccinated population presents a danger.
When children are not vaccinated or our population is under-vaccinated, you can have high rates of hospitalization and even death.
Pfizer has put in a formal request to maintain their authorization. The family of a pastor who was struck and killed by a Stanford police officer's cruiser is suing the city. Loved ones of Reverend Tommy Jackson filed the suit in state superior court yesterday. In the litigation, the family claims Officer Zachary Lockwood was poorly trained and unfit for duty when he hit Jackson near his home on Wire Mill Road back in July of 2023. Lockwood was later arrested and has pleaded not guilty to a felony count of misconduct with a motor vehicle. That criminal case is still pending. The city of Bridgeport is launching a new Walk of Honor program. The initiative is meant to pay tribute to residents from the community who have experienced notable achievements. The Walk of Honor will feature commemorative plaques that will be put on display at City Hall. An unveiling ceremony will be scheduled at a later date. And the Fairfield National 12U team is getting ready to play Hawaii in the Little League World Series tonight. A win this evening will bring the team one step closer to the championship game. This is Fairfield's second game of the series, with their first being a win against Texas on Wednesday night. Team manager Brian Palazzolo said that despite the extended time away from home, his team is having the time of their lives.
There's a good chance if we get to the promised land, get to the championship games, we'll be on the road for almost 3 weeks. We could be 2 weeks here. Nobody crying, missing mommy and daddy, that's for sure. They're living their best life right now.
The game starts tonight at 7 and will be broadcast on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. Brought to you by the fine folks at Bridge Life Financial. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridge Life Financial Advisors tax-saving strategies. Learn more about them at bridgelightadvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays southbound on the Wilbur-Cross Parkway, Hamden, West Rock Tunnel. That is right lane road work. Southbound on the Turnpike, it's slow in Bridgeport and Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Summer-like weather through the upcoming weekend. It will be a sunny day, very warm with a high in the mid to upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast in the afternoon. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
She's got everything you need to know. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, few minutes left. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. We'll get back to open phones. Want to talk a little nutrition here. How to eat in the heat. And the latest TikTok trend, because there's always one, right? We welcome health educator Dr. Judy Agatsa to the program here. She's a long-running nutrition expert, chiropractic physician, and give you a little Dr. Julie's background. She got her doctorate degree in chiropractic medicine at the National University of Health Sciences and has more than 30 years of clinical practice. She's assisted thousands of folks to resolve a wide variety of physical ailments. She talks a lot about nutrition as well. Hey, Dr. Julia, it's Paul here at WICC. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning.
Let's talk about fascinating topics here. First of all, before Dr. Julie, before we get down to a lot of the trends going on here, what are you seeing in your practice presently now that maybe you weren't seeing to a great extent maybe a few years ago? What's something that we should all be aware of that you're seeing more and more of now?
I see way more digestive stress than I've ever seen.
Really?
People, yep. And, I think it's the underlying of almost all health problems is your digestion. So I've known that for 34 years. Mm-hmm. But it's way more prevalent. The kids are bloated. They have dark circles under the eyes. Metabolism is shut down. You hardly find slender people anymore. And it's not just because we're fat, lazy Americans. It's because our food has changed. And we're not able to process and digest the foods that we need to get the nutrition from it. We're not making the enzymes naturally in our body. So everyone is experiencing some sort of quote-unquote normal digestive problem, and there isn't any normal digestive problems.
Yeah, Dr. Julie, occasionally when I'm on social media, I belong to a couple of groups that specialize in colorizing and reconditioning old movie film. And occasionally they'll roll something out, a street scene in a city from like the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and I'll look at that and I'll have people looking at it with me. And look, I'm overweight, I'm working to get it down, but invariably the comments say, "My God, there are no heavy people. There are no overweight people." And you said that, and it just clicked out of my mind that you can see it 60, 70, 80 years ago without the prevalence of prepared food.
I agree. I mean, I live in Florida, and I saw a picture of people on the 70s on the beach, and I scanned in on my phone, and I went, oh, my goodness, every old person, young person, woman, kid, everyone looked like normal, healthy 70s bodies.
Mm. Well, what is sugar stress? Where does it come from, and how does a person know to say, hey, maybe I have sugar stress?
Well, one of it is just craving it.
Yeah.
So if you're craving carbohydrates, bread, pastas, pizzas, sugars, can't, feel satisfied throughout the day without it, then you push yourself over into the metabolism that runs only on sugar. Mm-hmm. And so you've bypassed your normal ability to make energy, and now you have to feed the monster because it's hard to get back to it without a little bit of uncomfortability.
So explain to us then what I guess is termed the gut-brain connection here. What are we talking about?
So because the gut is where you absorb all your nutrients, that is how you stay healthy. Yeah. And it's just such a simple concept. But if you really just think about what I just said, the only way to get your health back or to stay healthy is to have a digestive system that's working efficiently. That means you eat your food, it gets broken down, those nutrients go into the bloodstream then carries nutrition to the rest of the body. If you have foggy thinking, if you have kids that are, screaming memes and, aren't listening and can't pay attention and, are ragey and anger, first of all, take a look at the gut.
Yeah.
What are they eating every morning for breakfast? What are you expecting them to go to school and actually perform like a normal human being? And what did you actually feed them? So then ask the next question, what did you put yourself in your gut this morning?
Yeah.
Was it, a couple of cups of coffee and now you're off on the run and you're wondering why you're tired in the middle of the afternoon and you have no energy and you're bloated when you eat, and it's because you're not starting off the day correctly, and then the rest of the day is sort of, it's just a landslide.
Dr. Julie Gatz is a guest. A few more minutes. Health educator, nutrition expert. We should mention her website, naturesources.com, naturesources.com, and also on Instagram, Dr. Julie Healthy Vibes on Instagram. Tell us about fiber maxing. Now, I shudder when I hear and see anything is on TikTok, but please, what? Oh my God, don't get me going on that, Dr. Julie. What is fiber maxing?
You know what? It's just a name for eating a lot of fiber. I thought it was something really scary too, but it's just eating a lot of fiber. Now, one of the things that I want to, bring to attention is everyone thinks fiber is coming in the grains. Oh, I have to eat more, grains to get my fiber.
Yeah.
No. Your vegetables are fibrous enough. And if you want to, be able to break down your foods, you want to eliminate the grains. We're not making enough digestive enzymes in general to break down all the different things that are going on with the food that we're eating. Mm-hmm. And grains is not the number one on my list. So, I always have people take high-quality digestive enzymes to break down their food because they need the aid in getting the nutrients out of each one of those meals. So fiber maxing is simply eating, probably more than you should fiber, but, go ahead. If you want to eat a bunch of vegetables, feel free, but eat your protein first.
Yeah, and finally, brain fog. I know that's probably different for a lot of people, or is it? I mean, we all kind of get it. We're right. We can't concentrate, or it's like, wake me up. We go running for the coffee or the Celsius or the 5-hour energy. But how do we really eat better to avoid brain fog?
Well, it can be because of hormonal imbalance. It can be because of foods that you're, eating that you shouldn't be eating. It could be incomplete digestion, overeating. It can also be lack of sleep. So whichever one it is, you do want to, improve those areas. So I always say start with digestion first. If you're, planning to have a meal, eat your protein first. It's the hardest of the foods to break down. It's the one that the cells need the most. So eat your protein. Coming after that can be your vegetables. I'm more apt to have you steam, cook, or roast the vegetables right now if your digestion is not perfect. It just helps to break down the cell wall. Have some fruit and try to avoid the carbohydrates as far as in the grain area. If you have to have them last, but fill yourself up first with good food.
Why did God or whomever created us make carbs taste so good? Why is that?
Keep in mind, years ago they were healthy. It was real, grains coming from the ground, and they were grounded up right there on the property, and there wasn't additions and bleached and all sorts of strange things added to it. So, those are the real grains.
Yeah.
Because we're not making enough digestive enzymes in general because of our food source, I've been telling people who want to get more nutrition from their diet, great, take a good quality enzyme. The one that I use is called Absorbade, and it helps with breaking down all the food. And not everyone wants to change their diet. Not everyone wants to stop eating the bad foods. So once again, you'll want to take something like the Absorbade because it breaks down the toxins. It pushes the gunk out of the body. It at least allows you to get some of the nutrients that you're getting from the, less than adequate nutrient-filled food.
You can learn more about Dr. Julie and the importance of digestive health, naturesources.com, naturesources.com. Health educator, many decades doing this, Dr. Julie Gatz. Dr. Julie, thanks. We appreciate the time. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Appreciate it. There you go. All right. Doctor, go to naturesources.com. Man, we always get the warnings about carbs, about sugar, about salt, about fat. Then why do they taste so good? Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Connecticut Turnpike southbound is slow from Bridgeport to the Fairfield Rest. Delays southbound in Stamford, northbound in Greenwich, too. That is because of the road work, and also road work southbound on the Wilbur-Cross Parkway from Hamden heading into the West Rock Tunnel. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, you could be in the health club right now. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and warm day on the way with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the northeast, shifting out of the southeast late. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 60s. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect very high UV levels with a max UV index of 8. Air quality will be fair to poor with an AQI in the 40s and 50s. Looks like ideal conditions for the beach or pool with only a 20% chance of rain in the afternoon. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT Tri-City.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, Paul, and for Melissa, great filling in. I had a blast. I want to leave you with this. We had Dr. Olena Lennon on from the University of New Haven a couple of days ago, practitioner in residence in national security at UNH. Strong international relations background, and a native of eastern Ukraine. She brings a unique perspective, we would think, to what is going to happen later today. The meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin on maybe starting the ball rolling to maybe possibly ending the hostilities, the war, as Russia continues to fire on Ukraine and Ukraine firing back. One of the things I asked Dr. Lennon what she thought of this notion of a land swap being the key between both nations to end what's going on.
The talk of land swaps and territorial concessions reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of, again, what kind of a war it is and who is the aggressor here. Ukraine has nothing to swap. The entire war has been happening on Ukraine's land. All of this is Ukraine's land, and Russia is the occupier. And the war is still ongoing. I think it would be one thing to talk about potential, concessions and swaps if there was a ceasefire holding, if the violence actually and the fighting has stopped. But Russia continues to fire missiles and drones into Ukraine every day. So, giving up land will only extend the launching pad for Russia to continue pressing on and take in more of Ukraine's territory. Because, again, the goal remains to control the entire Ukraine, to change leadership in Kyiv. This war is not about land. In 2025, this year alone, the Russians have gained only about 2% of the entire land that they control in Ukraine. So currently, they're holding about 17-18% of Ukraine's territory, and most of that land they occupied in the beginning of the invasion, 2022, 2023. In the past 2 years, they have gained very, very little terrain. And they've been pressing on, but Ukrainians have put on a pretty robust defense, and the Russians are frustrated.
Yeah.
So, but at what cost? The Russians are approaching about 1 million casualties. So Putin has shown time and again that he doesn't care how many of his own people will die for very, very little gain. So this isn't about land. This is about Russia fighting for the principle that Ukraine must not be independent, that it should be under Russia's control. And this is not, Ukraine will never agree to that, because giving up land to Russia is basically surrender, and it will only result in Russia gaining more territory and pushing forward and continuing their advances toward Kyiv and the rest of Ukraine.
So, Dr. Lennon, I mean, look, Putin is no fool. He may be as evil as he is in this, but he's no fool, obviously. We've seen that for years. So he understands what you just said, right? I mean, he knows that despite all the 1 million-plus dead Russians, whatever, and the use of all his material war-making machine, that he has gained so little. He's just trying to save face here, right? I mean, does he think he can actually win this and conquer the rest of Ukraine here, short of using nuclear weapons? He can't be that dumb, can he?
Well, I mean, one would hope that he's not that dumb. But again, as the past 10 years have shown, he is committed to his obsession with taking control of Ukraine because it is, like you said, he considers that his historic legacy, and he's trying to save face. At the same time, I think he's also in no rush. He doesn't face any re-election concerns. This could go on for 2, 3, 5, 10 more years. He is secure in power in Russia. He's not facing any opposition or any elections to lose. So he is, he is in it for the long haul, and I think this is where the United States kind of has a strategic disadvantage, is because he's basically waiting us out. He's waiting the West out. He's trying to outsuffer the West, the United States, and Europeans, in showing that Ukraine means more to him than it does to the West, to the European Union and the United States. At the same time, I think he's playing into Trump's business interests. Again, Trump is a known deal maker, and he is also interested in extracting any business opportunities from any situation. And I think Putin is playing into his hands by offering deals, right? So there's the language of making a deal where there are some concessions and trade-offs, but fundamentally, this is the optics. There are no deals to be made when Russia continues its war of aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine has to be at the table. But I think that Trump is being played by Putin by assuming that there will be a real deal in this situation. I'm afraid that we're only losing time and legitimizing Putin.
All right. The thoughts there a couple of days ago of Dr. Olena Lennon, teaches courses at the University of New Haven and is a native of eastern Ukraine. There you go. So she has it from both angles there. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm in no way laughing at what she said. I took a, why is my computer doing this? No, don't do that. Do this. Yes. I checked the text board here, and this is a rather interesting message. I will read it as it is put to me. This is from a Connecticut number. I will just say that. Not going to give the number. Obviously, I don't do that. Paul and Chris Caruso, come on, move on. The absentee ballot issue is so old. Just move on. Yeah. Wonder who might have been listening this morning. No, sir or ma'am. I'm not moving on from this. In fact, I'm only going to get louder. Producer Eric, Norm on traffic, John Kamal on news, weather from Paul Bjork. Thank you guys. Appreciate the help there. I'll be back on Monday. Take care. Be good.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is feeling confident on his way to a high-stakes summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. He told reporters on Air Force One last hour.
He's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I.
The president asked if Ukraine will have to agree to a territory swap to end the war.
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table.
Ukrainian President Zelensky will not be at the table in Anchorage today. This morning, he said he's counting on President Trump to convince Putin to end the war. CBS News senior foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan is in Anchorage.
Vladimir Putin wants to avoid sanctions, and we know President Trump wants at least a ceasefire. So if he can get that ceasefire, which Ukraine has already agreed to, Russia has not, that would be some progress. But really, Vladimir Putin just needs to keep on talking. He may want to stave off those sanctions by showing some kind of interest in a deal with the U.S.
Developing news from the nation's capital after Attorney General Pam Bondi installed the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration to oversee police in Washington, D.C. last night. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
Washington, D.C.'s top government lawyer has just announced he's going to file suit to challenge this. Brian Schwalb, the D.C. Attorney General, is arguing these orders are not lawful and need not be followed. The standoff happens as about 800 National Guard members begin a second full day on the ground here in Washington, D.C.
Tropical storm Erin is expected to become a hurricane later today as the system grows in the Caribbean. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
The storm is going to be a very strong Category 3, possibly Category 4, and large enough to affect Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Haiti with some strong winds and heavy rainfall. It will not be a direct hit, though.
Some of the outer bands could reach Puerto Rico and rough up the surf there. Erin could bring high waves to parts of the East Coast next week. The American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology have issued their first new guidelines on minimizing hypertension in 8 years. Here's the gist. Men should limit alcohol intake to no more than 2 drinks a day. Women should keep it at no more than 1. The report finds people who avoid drinking booze altogether have the lowest risk of hypertension. The Dow's up 119. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So